following story may feel familiar. It will likely not end happily. The people described will likely suffer in their desperation, but they will all be important before the end. Welcome back to the dark future.
Hello, this is David Johannesson with N54 News. Tonight, the city is still reeling from the death of Mr. Kernighan. While details surrounding the cause of death have been difficult to source, he tumbled from the third story of the famous Atlantis nightclub, which has been closed by the NCPD for several days following the incident which left him dead. Famed detective and private security firm Danger Gal was on the scene, providing security at the club the night of Mr. Kernighan's death, but have yet to make a comment on the incident itself, stating simply, quote, "The record will show that the actions our corporation took tonight, in time, will be seen to be for the greater good of Night City. More details will come soon," unquote. In other news, stock prices for several Night City corporations have crashed in the wake of the attack on the Atlantis. All such corporations were well known to be heavily invested in by Mr. Kernighan. Regardless of your feelings on the attack itself, one thing is certain: the city is already beginning to change in the wake of such a massive loss. Mr. Kernighan, from all of us at N54, you will be missed. Sleep well, Night City.
Let me try this again. There we go. Now it's working. It decides to just be mean. That's all it is. It's evil. Hello. Thank you for the mic mute. So hello everyone. Welcome back. It's me, Emmerron. I have returned. I have seen things at Gen Con since we last properly spoke here without it being a Wireheads episode. We had the jacket in early July. That was kind of the last time we played anything and did anything on the channel that was not a collaborative effort of some kind. But we're back. It's Neon Inferno. We are going to get the second season wrapped up here in the coming weeks. We have plenty left to go through. So do not take that to mean that this is going to happen tomorrow. We are well on our way. But I'm excited to be joined tonight by everybody from the crew. So we have Nyla, we have Cody, we have Connor, we have Ghost. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. It's been a hot minute.
Howdy. Sure has been.
It's been. I've seen some of you much more recently than I've seen others. Ghost in particular. It's been a very long while. So I'm so glad to be here with you all again on a Monday night playing Cyberpunk. So welcome back, everybody. Let's go ahead and go over to the game screen just so we have everyone's Fugi Tech above the screen here. So I'm going to shift us now. Bam, there we are. All right. So what the hell's been going on? So we had Gen Con. Before Gen Con, I had to finish up Pay to Win, which is now an adventure you can download over on my Patreon. It is free. if you think I've earned money, or if you think that I deserve money for that adventure, I can't sell it directly to you, but I will accept your support via Patreon. So please feel free to go there and provide me monetary support if you think I have earned it through that, or through the other stuff that we will be spinning up here on the channel. We do have plenty coming up here, actually. I've been in planning mode part of that time. So we did Gen Con. Nyla was actually there with me. It was very strange finally meeting people in person that I normally only talk to over the internet. But it was a really fun time. We had a lot of fun. So at least I wasn't talking. Would have been something best left to the imagination. So yeah, we have returned. So quick recap for everybody, just so you know, I think we said it's been like 2 months since we touched Neon Inferno proper. So let's recap. You guys killed Mr. Kern. There we go. Recap done. So you guys, more specifically, you guys conspired with Danger Gal to take down Mr. Kern because of his conspiring with Arasaka. So it's kind of this two-ended deal going on where you guys already had Kernighan's number, and he kind of was clued into you guys. So you guys brought in Danger Gal and convinced them that you guys were not the bad guys, which is easier said than done. But thanks to several of you, Matchlight, being kind of the tip of that spear, you guys got them to work with you and turned what I was initially designing and planning as an enemy. You turned them into an ally. And I thankfully did not have to worry about the encounters that week because it gave me a week to refactor things. So you guys went up against them with some embedded Arasaka agents who happened to also be at the same midnight market that you guys were. And in your pursuit of Mr. K, you flatlined not just him, but I believe 2 Dragoon FBCs that were Arasaka soldiers on the ground. You guys managed to steal all of Mr. K's data, which got transmitted off-site to, I believe, Nyla, you were saying you have at least the very good hunch, if not the evidence, that it was probably Recluse that took that data in on some kind of data fortress server, etc., that she controls.
Well, to be accurate, she told me herself, so that is confirmed.
That is confirmed. Yeah. It's like I have to think back through 2 months to get specifics, so I'd rather lean conservative on that. So yeah. So it's confirmed. So yeah, you've got that data. Or at the very least, she has that data. Whether you have access to that data remains to be seen. And yeah, you guys otherwise flatline Mr. Kernighan, got the hell out of Dodge, and where we're picking up is pretty much right in the wake of that. I believe you guys also shot down an Arasaka AV that was chasing you. So all in all, you guys got away. You guys are all still alive, and holy shit, are you guys that much richer for it. So last time around, I believe we did deal with... Yeah, we did deal with payment. You guys all got paid 1,000 eddies for Kernighan's head. So, as we begin, there are going to be about 4 days worth of downtime here, within which, obviously, if any of you... Because I know Nyla asked me ahead of time if he could spend some IP, being that we're just kind of waiting and tech checking. I have already given him his IP spend. Does anyone else wish to spend IP during this time?
Let me check.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me look over.
Yeah, pull your
I
character
went up
sheets
to
up. I know
brawling 9.
it's been a couple months. You put your brawling to 9. You said, Ghost.
Yep, and it's
Bet.
properly noted in ledger as always.
Nice. Awesome. Yeah, and I know everyone.
How
else
much
you might notice
IP did we get for last mission?
I do believe it's been noted in. Let me double check. Because ICU increased by 80 and 40. Let me make sure that was congruent.
Yeah.
That.
Okay, good.
That's congruent with that.
Because I just can't trust myself, unfortunately.
No, it's all good. Yeah.
Charlie played in a game that I ran on Saturday where I had to catch up with 3 sessions worth of IP as the GM because I forgot to give it out consistently. So that gives you an idea of what's going on here.
Yeah. It's we make it work one way or the other.
It just works.
It just works.
Just to double check, Charlie, it's 20 points per level you're going to, correct?
Correct, yeah. So it's based on the level you're buying, and it's 20 times that amount for a normal skill, double that for a ×2 skill, or 60 times your next roll rank if you're boosting your roll. Yeah. So the way I always think about it is it's either 20, 40, or 60 times whatever you're trying to buy, depending on if it's a skill or a roll rank, and if that skill's next to. Oh boy, Ockraven coming through with a raid. Hello, Raiders. We are just getting started. So, Ockraven, thank you so much for that raid. I greatly appreciate that. Howdy, everybody. It's been a little bit of time, but we're just settling in. The crew's just figuring out what they want to do as far as IP goes. But yeah, this is Neon Inferno. I am Emmerron. I run cyberpunk things sometimes. It's been about a month and a half since I did anything that wasn't my podcast with Diamond Dust on the channel, but we're back, and there's a lot of content coming. I promise you, I've got some videos that I'm going to be working on. I've got some streams. There may be a subathon in the works. Because of course there is. Depleted uranium. What a great username. Depleted uranium cowboy, excuse me. Still a great username. I love that. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. It's
so Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're totally good, Connor. Go ahead.
I'm gonna go to credibility rank 7.
Woo! It's time.
So I will be roll rank 7 now.
He is. That is an insanely high number. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Really entering endgame media mode now. That is
indeed.
Joining me on the rank 7 pedestal.
I don't know how you got there so quick, homie, but good for you.
Literally, I spent no IP on anything but
else.
rollability.
Fair enough.
Yeah, as is the Netrunner way, honestly. So many Netrunners are that kind of thing where it's just like...
That is true.
Every spare IP I have is going to my roll rank until I can do 4 net actions in a single round.
Okay.
Oh, man.
We did it.
All right.
Okay, so I'll get into it. So obviously the last thing I did too is I was hanging out with Celsius. Or rather, Celsius was hanging out with me because I think I gave him a place to stay. And then I released, footage of him as the solo extraordinaire. And one of the clips that I sent out was him shooting Kernigan in the head, which took a pretty big wave and put a lot of eyes on him. Sure. So now that we're even more popular, I think now is a good time to spill the tea, sis. So I'm probably gonna write up pretty much my dossier on everything that we've learned, everything that's going on, why Kernigan is dead, what Kernigan was doing, his deal with Arasaka, the rumors of Adam Smasher being back, the FIB moving back into Night City. I'm gonna literally I've been holding on to this for a while.
Yeah, you're let me glaze the darknet with all of this shit.
Yeah.
Oh,
so
man.
This will basically be my magnum opus.
Yeah, dude. Know what I mean? You've got details on details on details. So is this credibility roll for that? to publish that?
No, it was not. But honestly, I mean, I'll take it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm willing
that's
to.
pretty good.
I'm willing to give it to you because that's exactly what I would ask for anyway. So like, hey,
Yeah.
you know, like,
Yeah.
you rolled. So.
And then the only thing
yeah.
I forgot to do is the modifier for my gear that I have, because I have, obviously the video camera that gives me the +1 and everything.
All of the modifiers are handled as bonuses because credibility
Exactly.
is a roll under. So
Yeah.
all of that is kind of back ended anyway. You don't need to actually add anything in for that.
Right.
Yeah, because it just it changes effectively the DV you're rolling under for that credibility.
Exactly.
Which you're chill. Like, you're already ranked 7. The 5 is good enough on its own. You are already pretty much guaranteed to pass this at rank 7. With all the evidence you have. Like, you had like a
Indeed.
+4 going into this, which is like
Yeah.
utter insanity.
Right.
So yeah, you're set. So you published this story, and to say it's the story of the year is probably an understatement.
So like, everything actually, before I would do it, I would kind of probably want to phone the crew and inform them pretty much and say, hey, everything that we've done, all the data that we've mined, everything Peacock's been able to get for us, I'm gonna publish it all at this point. So I just want to make sure that before I do this, you're okay being attached to what is going to be probably, one of the biggest stories, and I don't want to make this as a testament to my own ego, but it could be, a decade defining story here potentially. Are you okay being known as someone who is involved in this? Because if not, speak now or forever hold your peace. I can edit you out of it.
What do we think, crew?
I'll send him a message back and be like, my face is already plastered all over the internet. What the fuck do I care?
Who did that?
I wonder.
It's weird. Yeah.
If you missed a single frame of me while I was in there, I'd be disappointed.
I'm pretty
My
sure the
eyes were locked
department already hates
sometimes.
me. You can't make him hate me anymore.
All right. Fair enough. And your Doberman?
Yeah, I don't see who'd come looking for him.
He's the sympathy vote for the audience, I mean. They're all going to be happy he didn't die, so there'll be a little bit of tension and drama if we keep him in. All right. Here goes nothing. Look out for something in 12 hours or so. And then, I'll get to work on it. So I'm editing together, just to be clear. It's pretty much a voiceover when necessary, but a lot of it is just kind of edited together clips of the actual documents, so like data shards that we've read and things like that. I'm putting the actual text up there, so it's kind of like the audience is mostly putting it together themselves, and I'm just sometimes narrating over it to connect things. And then whenever the subject matter starts to get topical, like it's like an assertion, right? Like a data shard will be making a certain claim about something that's going on, such as like Kernighan working with Arasaka, and then it's like, here's video proof that shows that that's the case of Arasaka agents fighting alongside Kernighan to try to save his life, and Danger Gal ultimately working alongside us to be able to quell them from Night City. So like everything just nice, organized, and succinct, and it's almost like objective, meaning it's kind of scientific almost, where it's like it's not the typical brand that I've been doing where it's like I kind of just want to put this out there as information so that everyone can know, and it's mostly I'm trying to establish ethos more than anything else. So yeah, more than pathos and all that kind of stuff. Yeah,
though certainly, I mean, like where because I figured that this was going to be the session where this kind of all rolled out, which is part of why the title is what it is, a web woven in red thread. So literally, you are that kind of puppet master here, right? You are winding together all of this data, collating it into a cohesive whole for your audience. And while, yes, most of this is left out there just as straight, here's the document, read it, understand it, and judge for yourself. Definitely there is just a little bit of you really like wiring together like 7 or 8 different things into like one narrative whole where they may not on their own make as much individual sense. But like with that sort of guidance being given to the more complicated or confusing aspects of your story, you manage to weave together this narrative that is, this is probably your life's work, honestly. Like this is probably the greatest thing that you have done and could very possibly be the greatest thing you ever do. Because like this could change the whole face of the city. Already just the death of Kernighan, which you had a hand in, has already begun that. And if that threw the city up against the edge of a cliff, you just shoved it hard over the edge of that cliff. And so what follows in the hours after the story breaks is nothing less than the Edgerunner community that you are affiliated with to a certain extent through your past affiliations with people like 40 and her kind of band of upstarts, people like, the dissidents in the old combat zone. Their reactions when you see the familiar names kind of swipe across your comments or the live chat rooms you're kind of monitoring as you want to see what splash you've just made, knowing it's more like a tsunami. Those are all celebrating what's happened. Because what's happened now is they've had their voices echoed to a broad audience who are already listening to you as someone who has monumentally affected change already. Thanks to your NCPD exploits, thanks to all the camera footage that exists, not only from your own exploits on that, but from N54, WNS, all of the pirate networks, all that kind of stuff, has kind of amplified who you are. And like their story is now being thrust into the limelight for better or worse. But I think the vast majority of that for you is you're seeing positive reactions. So now things that say things like, now the world will know how we suffered. Now the world will see exactly what kind of evil the NCPD executed for what a fucking megalomaniac real estate investor who wanted nothing more than some cheap fucking land over our bodies, over our loved ones, over everything we've ever called home. That is what we finally can be assured is being told accurately to the masses. Because again, you operate on a black site. You're not on a garden patch. Ziggurat can't shut you down as easily. And you actually get a couple of private messages from netrunners associated with something known as the Black Swan Syndicate. And they are people that you maybe don't know well. The name might ring a bell to you, but they actually offer to monitor your site and provide you security on it. Because they are part of that kind of subculture that believes in what you're trying to do. So that's up to you to decide if you want to accept that or not. Before we get to that, though, the other half of this needs to be discussed as well. Because while the upstarts, edgerunners, and the dissidents of society may agree with what you have just done, there is a wave of panic that immediately sweeps over the other half of society. The well-off are immediately pushing out videos onto the garden, pushing articles through whatever services they have access to. The major networks are immediately reporting on your piece and the data contained in it. Some of them, like WNS, are spinning it very, very hard. Like, how are we to believe that these records are authentic? You know, they're questioning you without, I will say, really any effect on the overarching narrative from everyday people. N54, for your surprise, actually gives you a little more of a favorable take than they usually would. And they tell the story still with a corpo spin, still with like a, suspected terrorist attached to your name, but they don't have good refutations for like any of the hard facts, and so they've chosen to take them at face value. So they seem to give you a little more favorable press in their negativity, even then. But yeah, everyday people are a wild mix of panic. As you post this, I assume when you post this was roughly midday. Am I wrong?
I want to drop it at midnight.
Okay, so then this is really what happens, okay? The stock exchanges are closed that late into the night. But as the next day dawns and you kind of check in on things, the entire like market of Night City starts like free falling. It is like immediate collapse kind of thing. Like this is one of those times where like people don't know who to believe. Investors are rapidly pulling money out. And videos start surfacing all over the net of like violent acts in what would normally be very safe zones in the city, riots, looting, all of the sort of like societal collapse in the matter of the last 8 or so hours it's been since you dropped the story. So that's where we start episode 20. So it's up to you if you want to accept the help from the Black Swan Syndicate or not. That's the one choice you have to make.
I'm probably going to reach out after like all of this has been said and done to Peacock and just call Peacock on his hollow.
All right.
Yo.
Hey.
Hey, what's up? You see the news?
Yeah. Well, we did it. We did what we wanted to do. But there will be a price to pay for this, obviously. And if we want to be able to do more, which I've got just a little bit more left in me, then we have to protect ourselves. So the cybersecurity threat, as we speak right now, could already be, becoming something that's compromised. And I have a few offers. The most notable, what's it called again, Charlie?
The Black Swan Syndicate.
The most notable of which is the Black Swan Syndicate. I'm sure you're familiar.
Yeah, would I be?
Roll a d10. We'll see.
Come on, baby.
You actually, so for a normal person that it wouldn't be a netrunner, this roll would not be enough. Because you are a netrunner, you do run in those circles. They are a name that you haven't heard often. Whenever you do, though, it is never. It's hard to say it's never a good thing, because they're kind of that sort of like anarcho hacktivist kind of group, but they can be wildly unpredictable. But they do generally support with action causes that they believe to be in the societal best interest. Like if someone needs to, rip out the roots of society and replant it in better ground, they would probably be behind something like that. If it wasn't their actions that caused it in the first place, they'd probably happily support anybody who did provide that kind of a nudge. And Matchlight has done more than that. So the point is, we've done all of this in-house. It wasn't too long ago that there were fixers who were knocking on our doors asking what we were going to do with the information that we had. And I believe it was you and I mostly who made the call that we were going to keep it for ourselves and choose what we would do. And we've done this much. So I don't care
how reputable they are as an organization. I don't care how potent they are at what they do. I think you might be better, and I think I want you, if you're up for it, and if you have the time, of course, to be running the security on the information that we have, because I do still have more, of course. And speaking of which, I'm not so sure I could talk about it on this line, knowing fairly well that we might not be as encrypted as we once were. But
Yeah.
there might, if you remember, there's some information that we have about, well, I won't even subliminally kind of imply it. That being, that's unsettling. That being said, I'm just offering you a job, and I will reward you if you take it, but I'd like you to be the one, because I know where your heart is, and I know that you want the same thing that I want for the most part out of this information, and so I want you to be the only one who's touching it.
Syndicated ops on cybersecurity usually never end well for the person who is holding something of interest to this group that could benefit them. I'd feel much safer if I were the one running the op. If they want to support us on the op, I'd say I'd have to think about it. But I agree with you. I think it's overall a safer option for now for me to take responsibility for that front. And I'd like to say I'd be honored to.
I'm going to bring you in as a partner for this, so any communication that they have through me also goes through you, and we'll make decisions together as to how we proceed. But
yeah,
thank you. I'm going to be sending you over to my little nook and cranny of the dark web soon, and you can do with it what you will, to make sure that it's, secure and safe.
Then for Chumba.
All right.
Beautiful. So
I do that.
Yes.
I send that over to Nyla, but actually, not to get too technical, I do make sure that Peacock kind of, probably I want Peacock to determine the method of how I send it over. I'm not just like after you get off the phone, like, here's the drive. It's uploaded to the cloud. Access it at free will. Like, I'm gonna, have Peacock, tell me how to encrypt it and what the best way to go about transferring the data is, even if it's meeting up physically and having it on like a physical drive,
and that you kind of already know based on how you guys have been operating, that is definitely the most secure way to do it. But yeah,
exactly.
I leave it up to you, Nyla, to determine if that's how you want to do it or not, because that is your call.
Got it. Yeah, it would probably be best to meet physically and then have a program on my computer that runs a unique encryption method for the data.
I'm going to look outside of my window, Charlie. I'm gonna like peek open the blinds just a little bit to see if I've already been compromised and people know where this story was published from and where Matchlight lives. What do I see?
Go ahead and roll me a perception check. Let's see.
And could I do the same? Just because now I'm in
on
this.
Now both of you are like, oh fuck.
No.
Mother clucker, dude.
1-1. Okay. Yeah, I mean, not great. So on those checks, Matchlight, you've been doing this a long time, obviously. Guerrilla journalism is your whole shtick. Albeit you've never dropped a story nearly this big or influential. On a 19, though, you're fairly confident no one has seen you. And Peacock, you kind of look outside your window, and you're not seeing anything that suggests to you you've been made either. Though it's something both of you can hear on your respective rolls, are the repeated sort of percussions that signal the gunfire nearby. As like people are, those riots I mentioned before are maybe a little bit closer than you'd normally like. And the irony here, because I believe you guys, were you guys holed up in the combat zone Connor? I believe you were, right?
No, or maybe. Fuck, it's been a while. It's been a while.
Yeah.
Let me look up Night City 2045 map.
Yeah, because I believe you guys were holed up in the old combat zone after everything was said and done. It was either that or Dilly's, because Dilly's was the other kind of the safe house you guys were making use of for a little bit, which is in South Night City, not too much further away.
Yeah, I remember it was a point at the end of last session that I moved into the semi-ionic conductor building.
You did. Yeah. Okay. So
I feel like I'm where I usually was, which was in
Right.
South Night City.
well, you were in unless you mean that to say you went back to Dilly's instead of the Kabuki, which is the hotel that you and Carpet were living out of.
Okay, yeah, I think I'm still in Kabuki because
Okay.
Kabuki wasn't. Yeah.
Yeah, so you
Oh.
would be in the old combat zone then, just a
Right.
slightly different part of it.
Okay.
So the main thing that you should both know, obviously, is even though your district is typically known for violence, most of the gunfire you're hearing is from further out, and you both have a feeling that if your ear is good for this sort of thing, it's actually the Glen where all that violence is breaking out, not the combat zone for a change.
Okay.
It is notable that it's the safer parts of the city that are rapidly boiling over into something volatile. So I imagine you two would find a place to meet, either in the middle or connect up.
I actually, not to be like taking up too much time, but I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna call Paradox.
Yeah.
So I'll just ring Paradox real quick.
Yeah, and he says, "Well, shit, if it isn't the man of the hour himself."
It's been a while.
It's been a little bit of a hot minute for sure. What can I do for you, little old me?
I'm sure you already knew this, but back when I was working for you, I did some research on you, and from what I can tell, you came up clean. And there were some things that happened that made you motivated. It made you a bit of an extremist. And in that way, I think you and I are pretty similar. So I think that the end goal of what I'm trying to do, which no doubt you can comprehend based on what was published recently, is something that you may be sympathetic to. Which is why I'm willing to entrust you with something that, if I were to handle, could compromise a fair bit of how well this is going so far for me, for us. I need you, if possible, to come to my address. I'll drop the cords for you. Not you specifically, but send some sort of proxy. Someone who looks unassuming. Maybe someone who's fucking mopping the hall. I'm gonna slip a chip. I need that chip to be very discreetly transported to my netrunner. Without raising suspicion, without raising alarm, and without anyone knowing that it has some of the most precarious information that a chip has ever seen.
All right, so clandestine transportation of data. I can send a data runner. It costs you just a couple eddies.
Of course. How much are we talking?
200.
That's doable.
Just some standard postage. You understand. But yeah.
Of course.
I'll
Yeah,
have
the
my runner
price of
meet you.
stamps and all.
Exactly. Have my runner meet you in an hour. Have the data ready.
Will do.
Yep. And so we will leave that there for the
Okay.
moment.
Yeah.
Because I want to now sweep over to Rook. So Rook, as you wake up kind of on this morning after all the chaos of the night prior, you're probably still feeling it in your bones. You're probably still dealing with some unresolved injuries. You kind of wrestled an FBC and lived to tell the tale. But as you wake up, remind me, you were still hanging out over in Dilly's, I think? Or were you...
No, that was actually a particular point that I remember leaving off on, was after the major gig and it was finally done, Kernighan was dead. I'm pretty sure I said, no, like, fuck this, I'm going to actual home. I'm not going back to Dilly's, and that was kind of where I ended off, was going back to my actual old pad and just kind of flopping down with the dog.
Right, okay. And I believe that we said you originally kind of holed up.
It was somewhere near the PD that we blew up because I was working there and I lived kind of local to it. I don't recall exactly, but I think it was one of the cargo crates near like the University District or something.
Got it.
A long time ago since I thought of that.
Yeah. No, you're good. Let me pull up the DLC for that, and we can go backwards on that because it was a cargo container. I know that much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember we were looking for something local to the PD so that it would kind of make sense and everything would just kind of line up. And there happened to be one, I think it was like on one of the edges of the University District. There's a cargo village.
South Cargo Village, because it's right across from the old precinct while still technically being in the combat zone. So yeah, that would be where, you went back to crash. So as you wake up, for you, you're probably the one out of the group that is living closest to where a lot of this civil unrest is happening. And there's a part of you maybe that isn't going to be terribly surprised by this. That said, it's still probably kind of shocking to hear automatic gunfire maybe a block away. And as you might look outside, you're seeing just large crowds of people kind of sweeping over the now ruined and fragmented barricades that the NCPD used to have established to keep out the undesirables from the Glen. And those undesirables are just swarming over the barricades. And you can see off in the distance, just kind of close enough for you to make out what exactly they are. You see a couple of rows of what appear to be private security. And you're thinking it's probably someone like Lazarus or maybe King Tao, someone that has a stake in the Glen, that are firing into this crowd, but they are outnumbered probably at least, you're thinking 3-1 by this just mob of people that are coming through. And you hear chants of like, "You just get the fuck out of our city. We don't want your kind here anymore, Corporal Scum." And they're just coming through. You see people carrying torches. You see people throwing Molotovs. You see people wielding just shitty fucking handguns. And while these guys on the other end are decked out in light armor jack, they've got fancy looking corpo weapons. You see several of them start going down as this is like breaking out. So yeah, that happens. And your agent alerts you, Matchlight has published a new story. And it starts to all collect into your understanding what has happened. Almost like this is chaotic, right? So this is unfolding outside your window. You see this thing has dropped from Matchlight, and almost as soon as you've had a chance to begin reading it and beginning to understand like what the hell is happening, Xavier calls you.
Oh, I'm gonna take a deep breath and I'm gonna answer the phone. Sorry, man, you catch the screams this morning?
Holy shit! What the hell did that media you run with publish? Holy fuck! The whole city's gonna burn down!
Yeah. Well, you can't really blame them, can you? They tried to basically roll over an entire quarter of the city just for resale value.
I want to say this is good for business, but I'm not so sure. And you could just hear like Xavier is just panicked. Like And over the line, even you can hear gunshots in the background. And he says, "What the fuck?" And you can hear him kind of like lean, you hear that sound of like a brushing of a microphone against someone's skin or clothes. And then he says, "I think they just fucking broke into that clothing shop down the street. Holy fuck. What? Like, I haven't had time to look through the report. The fuck did he drop in there?"
Basically fucking everything. Ties to Arasaka, the like routing plan to sweep it under, the plans to basically make it easier to buy how much they had already bought. They had been creeping into everything.
Oh, fuck. Okay. Well, I'm so glad we made friends with Danger Gal right before all this, because fuck. We might need their help if this is gonna get calmed down at any time soon, honestly. This is... Stay safe out there.
I'll try, man. You do the same.
Yeah, and he hangs up. But yeah, like... so you now kind of have a moment to kind of like really burn in like what the fuck just happened, as like you can like now read the details of the report, exactly what data has leaked out thanks to Matchlight, and it's a lot. I mean, all of it you kind of knew what he had his hands on. I don't know
knew offhand just from like overhearing the chatter as they were talking about documents, but it was really rare unless they needed like a cop's eye to look something over, just an extra set of eyes that I actually like looked at anything.
Right, exactly. So like this is your first time seeing some of the data. Like there are parts of this, like you're saying, like you can assume obviously like certain elements of this were in play, just from the way that you'd hear him talking about it, when you would hear him talk about it. And the shock comes from just how maybe comprehensive some of this is, and you're kind of understanding why Xavier is in the position he's in, because like you're seeing like damning fact after damning fact after damning fact, and more of this than you are truly comfortable with all has NCPD signatures, stamps, seals over the documents. It's pretty fucking awful in the worst fucking way.
Do I have a view of the like? I don't know if it's like completely burned down and abandoned. Is it just like tattered and left abandoned? How does the old NCPD look? That's right across the street.
So it has stood there as sort of a crater, more or less, since the attack on it, and the city really hasn't had the time to really make any headway on putting it back together. So while like the worst of the rubble has maybe been cleared away by construction drones, and you can kind of see at like the edges of what would have been the foundation for the precinct, you could see, graph drones kind of craning away heaps of rubble. That's about as far as it's gotten. It's only been a couple weeks, and any kind of like rebuilding or things like that the city might want to try for really hasn't had the chance to begin in earnest yet.
I'm gonna kind of sigh, close my blinds, take my badge and drop it into a desk drawer and slide it shut.
You're beginning to understand exactly what that thing means. Yep. Yep. So,
but, as far as like the rest of downtime goes, because I do still need to head to a dock.
Yeah. Thankfully, there are some in the local area that don't require you running toward where there's violence. There's a guy by the name... so he goes by the name Doc Martin. He is a little bit of an eccentric guy, but he's good at what he does. The rumors you've heard about him are that, he got his medical license revoked sometime after the last corporate war for things that have been redacted from public record. But he still is one of those back alley doctors that you found yourself getting worked on by him before, and he's never let you down in the past.
Cool. So I'm gonna head in there for him and see if he has a bed available, because I would like to just spend a couple of days lying low, getting topped up on speed heal, just kind of leveling out after all the craziness. I got to go home and sleep in my own bed, which mattered a lot, but now it's time to just chill.
Sure. And yeah, he will hook you up with that space to, kind of convalesce at the standard rate of 100 per night, plus 100 per speed heal that you need. So looking at you here, 19 times 2 is 38. That's pretty much all you need. So it'd be like 400 eddies in total for him to like get you stabilized and patch you up with the meds you need. It'll just be like 2 days worth of time. You're really there.
Cool. So I will subtract 400 for healing and top myself back up. And while I'm laid up, I'd like to ask him, because I've been out of the area for a while, if he knows a good tech in the area that could make something that should be relatively cheap to do.
So he would probably put you on to, he'd put you onto a guy named Tick Tick, who is a well-established tech in the area, but is definitely also a little eccentric. You've heard of this guy before. He was actually, for a while there, he was one of those people NCPD was monitoring because they thought he might be a terrorist threat, because he was rumored to be making explosives and drugs in the back of his workshop.
Is there a chance that the first reason that I met this guy is because I got called out to his place?
It's quite possible, honestly.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah.
Okay, well, yeah. I want to hit him up because I want to try and get some gear for Sam.
Yeah. And so when you show up at this guy's place, he's immediately like, you walk through that door, and despite the fact that you've done away with your NCPD uniform, you don't have your badge, just your face and the fact that there's a drone dog following you, immediately when you walk through the door, you just hear up, "Oh fuck! No, I swear, officer, I don't have nothing that you want to arrest me for. I've been good. I swear."
I'm not really into the habit of arresting people nowadays, anyways. Don't worry, you're fine.
Oh shit! I'm not in trouble. And he kind of now fully, you can see him kind of fully appraise the situation. He says, "Ah shit! You ain't wearing the uniform no more. Fuck! Did you quit?"
Pretty much. Did you see the building? Pretty much everybody got laid off unless they were special.
Yeah. No, I imagine the most special ones were in the basement. No offense, of course. Anyway. I mean, if you're not here to arrest my ass, what can I do for you?
So I'm going to pick Sam up and set him on the counter. And I'm going to say, I want to try and make him look a little bit more lifelike. And I figure we need to get some kind of vest on him anyways, because he almost caught a stray a couple days ago, and I didn't really like that.
All right, yeah, I mean...
Is there any sort of synth fur floating around in the market that you could line over some Kevlar and get him some kind of vest over?
So we're thinking faux fur. And you can see he's pulled out his agent and he started typing things into it. Start throwing together an idea. Says, all right, yeah. We could do some kind of Kevlar underneath fur. That should be thin enough. What other kind of just armor, or are you thinking something else?
Just the armor for now. Mainly just want to kind of get him something started, you know?
Yeah. No, that should be able to do that. I mean, synth fur is not cheap. But yeah, I mean, 500 eds, I could probably put something together for you.
I'd say that's worth it.
All right. Yeah. Give me a week. I just need to work my sources and get that shit in. And with the whole city falling apart out there, shit might just be a little harder than usual to get the shit in. I normally just walk around the corner and get from a guy in a trench coat for pennies on the fucking Eurodollar. But I'll figure something out. If you give me a week, I should be able to cut through it all.
Yeah, and I'm gonna toss some IDs. Oh, and just while I'm here, do you have a light armor jack laying around? You can keep the old one to tool around with, put on discount, whatever you want, but I gotta get this thing freshened up, and I'm gonna kind of pop the collar of the completely torn and tattered, like, 3 SP vest I have left.
Did this dog of yours chew through that? Jesus! And he kind of is like looking over just how ripped up this fucking thing is. He says, holy shit!
No, it was 2 dogs, and they were a lot bigger than this one.
All right. Well, yeah, I don't want to see who you fucking wrestle with. Jesus. Yeah, I got fresh armor jack. 100 eddies for the jacket if that's all you need.
Yep. And I'm gonna slide him. I'll just combo it to 600.
Yes. Yeah, you just slide him the eds, and he says, "Yeah, I'll get in touch with you once I got the fur jacket figured out."
Yep. Take it easy, man. Streets are crazy these days.
Yeah, you be careful out there too, Choom. They want to hunt people like you for sport.
Yeah. Why do you think I took the badge off?
Smart. Better than some of your little piggy friends out there. You keep low profile, stay safe. And yeah, you walk outside and almost as though like there was a warning, you just kind of hear a group of people in the alleyway adjacent like, yeah, pig, we run this fucking block now, so you're gonna give us all your fucking eddies, that fucking gun, your handcuffs, and we're gonna let you live, okay? And you can hear like some fumbling, a gunshot, and then just says, Jesus, should have listened. You already know that they've done something to that cop around the corner.
Yeah, honestly, not my problem, and already too late.
Yeah.
These are riot streets. I'm not getting involved.
No,
I am not incurring the wrath of the horde of locusts.
Yeah, no. That is very smart. So yeah, that is kind of where we leave you after a couple days here. And then finally, we come to Celsius. So Celsius, you have heard me talk about this to everyone else now, so I'm not going to bother kind of repeating the utter chaotic scene. But you do, get that same message from your agent letting you know, hey, new articles available from Matchlight. And then, obviously all of the collated kind of stories from around the city of the breakouts of riots, violence, all of that sort of stuff. What are you doing, I guess, with your couple days here?
So I see the notification, and I'm just gonna straight up ignore it.
Sure.
I know what he did. I don't need to see it.
Yeah.
I'm still at the Kabuki apparently, because I guess I went back with him to do that.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, because you wanted to stay there because your the building, the semi-ionic building was getting, or the ionic semiconductor building. I always get this mixed up. Was getting bugged. You were finding bugs on things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So yeah. So you'd be at the Kabuki then. So I guess what do you want to do with your time if you have any like projects or things?
Oh, I'd love to heal. I am 18 out of 5 at the moment, so I'd love to get patched up if I could.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely Pan down in the kind of infirmary here, or the clinic that runs out of the lower part of the building.
I I think Pan patched me up from my injuries last time, but we didn't necessarily heal anything or speed heal.
Right. So if she was to speed heal you for 2 days, basically, and you rested a single night, you would have full health.
Honestly, I'm just gonna go knock on Pan's door and see
Yeah.
if they'll let me. In the walk over, though, I want to shoot a message over to the kiddos and say, "Hey, did you guys see the news? Now you finally know what I've been up to."
And Apex responds, "Shit, Celsius. Fuck. That's a lot. That's a lot. I don't fully understand what's going on out there, but we're gonna be okay, right?"
I mean, you should notice that it's a lot quieter in our side of the neighborhood now.
Yeah. And you could tell kind of just from the messages, like, that Apex isn't totally convinced, but that she trusts you enough to kind of like let it lie there. Because it's one of those things where, like, I don't think that, and you kind of think about like how old they are, and they're too young to remember anything about the Fourth Corporate War. They grew up in the kind of the wake of it. So this is probably the first time they've seen anything beyond like territorial conflict within the city, where like something has gone really wrong.
I mean, I'll just shoot a reassuring message back and just say, "Hey, that was the time, if any, to try to settle back down and rebuild while there's quiet over here."
Yeah, no, I'll talk with the rest of the crew. We'll see about getting moved back into the clubhouse. Some of them, they're still kind of putting themselves back together. Tetra, she's still not totally good, but Pan says that she'll just need a little more time. The rest of us, though, we'll see if we can start patching it together. Maybe once we're done, she'll be able to finally come back and see the work we've done.
It's all good. I'll keep trying to buy you guys enough time to get back to the top of your game again.
Yeah. No, thanks, Celsius. We wouldn't be here if not for you. So we owe you big.
All right, well, take care of yourselves. I gotta get patched up. I'm pretty fucked up myself.
Yeah. No, do that. Feel better, man. And with that, they kind of like close the conversation.
Yep, and I'll just knock on the door and wait for the general reaction that Pan gives me when I show up looking like this.
Yeah. So yeah, you walk in and Pan, because you're right, they already kind of saw you the day before. And you just said, "Let me go up and rest in my own bed, and then we can deal with it." And so their reaction is a little less shocked and like gobsmacked than they've been in the past. And as you kind of like come in, Pan looks you over, and they just say, "Well, yeah, it's about what I expected after you walked in yesterday. Fuck, though, Jesus, you guys need to stop punishing your bodies like this. You won't live very long." And
I mean, I'm gonna cut them off and say, blame the damn FBCs we had to flatline.
I'm sorry, you did what?
Did you not see the video that Matchlight posted?
I've been a little busy, but I can, while I get your shit prepared, take a seat over in one of the beds. I'll get you some speed heal, and we'll start getting you patched back up. And you can tell that, as they go to they dose out a speed heal, and you can kind of see a flash behind their eyes as you realize an internal agent starts playing out the media files. And after they kind of tap you with the speed heal, you just hear as they kind of see something that clearly shocks them. And, after a moment of them just kind of standing there still, they say, "You put a bullet through Kay's head.
I'll just nod.
Ain't gonna deny it.
What the fuck did you... And you can tell, like, they don't have words. Like, they don't even begin to understand. We're all just fucking... We're warren rats down here. We're just fucking no-names in a combat zone. How the fuck did you get a shot on the most powerful man in Night City and land it to the point of knocking his brains against the wall?
So I'll just, without saying a word, I'll just pull up the fucking file that he just uploaded this morning and just let them look at it.
Yeah, and they immediately start scrolling through it, and they hand you back your agent and just say, you know, I was gonna charge you for the speed heal. No, on the house. Come by tomorrow. I'll give you that dose for free too.
I'll just salute him and I'll lay down and rest.
Yeah, and as they kind of leave the room, you can just hear them say, "We owe them a fucking parade or something if we weren't so goddamn poor." Yeah, and but yeah, you spend the next couple days just kind of resting, getting injected with some meds, and before long, you're back to full health. Obviously, your armor jack is still in tatters, but nothing that, you know, Sparks or another local tech can't fix.
Yeah, if I've got a spare day, I'll probably just go throw the beaten to hell one up on the counter and go, hey, you got a spare one of these laying around?
Oh, yeah. No, we got you. 100 heads, and it's yours.
Easy.
Yeah. So yeah, they swap it out and give you a fresh one.
Cool. That's pretty much all I really want to do. I'm pretty stocked up on most other things, so.
Beautiful. All right. So to finally kind of circle back on the courier business between Matchlight and Peacock. So Matchlight, as promised, about an hour after the call to Paradox, you hear a knock at your door, and a man in a similar looking kind of urban flash mask with a digital projection on it of a skull comes to the door and say, "Courier service."
So I'm looking through like the little glass hole in the door.
Yeah,
and
one little looking glasses. Yeah.
Yeah, totally. Let me think real quick. I'm going to just say through the door, slide me your agent under the door. Unlocked.
Yep, and they slide the thin plastic and glass device under the door.
So I make sure that like the details that were kind of communicated, maybe via text, are kind of matching what I was talking to Paradox about, and it seems like it's not like fabricated. This is the person, obviously, who was sent by Paradox, like to the best of my approximations.
Roll me forgery.
I'm looking for it.
I believe it's on the right side of the sheet.
Yeah, it is. Nice.
Yeah, everything here lines up. Nothing here seems to be fabricated.
Gotcha. So I'll take a little like manila envelope and slide it inside of it, and then lick it and wrap it up, throw it underneath the hole along with his agent.
Yep.
And then just kind of like knock on the door twice assuredly and walk away from the door.
Yeah, and you just see after he leans down to pick up the articles you've just shoved under the door, he rises back to the level that you can see him through that peephole in the door. He just kind of nods and walks down the hallway.
Nice.
About half.
I'll just message Peacock in transit.
Yep, and so Peacock, about half an hour later, you get a knock on the crate you're in the conductor building. And you just hear delivery, and a small manila envelope gets slid between the small gap in the door to your cargo crate.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. I like to imagine that hearing that knock.
Yep.
Because Peacock's just been holed up in his room at 7 Humanity.
Yeah.
He's just fucking dissociating like hell, and he hears a knock and it startles him.
Yeah. No, yeah, and you just hear that like digitally distorted like Vox synth voice. It just says, yeah, delivery. And then a yellow envelope gets slid through the crack in your door.
All right. Oh god, my head. Cool. I'll take that manila envelope.
Yep, beautiful. So yeah, inside is just a single memory chip.
All right. And I do have. Oh no, you know what? My chipware socket is already taken up. I'll just pop the memory chip into my agent.
Yeah, you could do that. I was gonna say you can like pop out the paint editor too if you wanted to, because it technically.
Yeah.
Once you've done it once, you don't need to take the same humanity loss again. But yeah, the either way, yeah, you plug it in, and yeah, the data on here, because Matchlight was just the backup of all the data you just published, or
No, because actually, most of that, is already held by Peacock. So this
Right.
is kind of like the credentials to being able to access my website. And yeah, exactly. So it's kind of like the server, like a copy of the server encryption, so that Nyla can go ahead and do what he will with that.
Sure. All right.
Yeah. With that, I do have a just normal computer with me. I'd like to take a look at the encryption and see if I can make it better.
Sure. Roll me cryptography. Okay.
Pretty decent.
So the encryption on here isn't anything like, it's not the worst, right? You've seen much, much worse encryption. You know, though, that against like a truly seasoned group of data thieves, this probably still is insufficient, and would probably require you taking some time to kind of custom code some additional layers on top of what's already there.
You know what? Could I actually take extra time and get a +1 attempt to reroll?
Yes, yeah, because this is I just interpreted this first roll as being more to like identify what's already there. So yeah.
Oh, okay.
To write custom code though, yeah, if you want to take some extra time, it'll just eat what's left of your day basically to like code out what needs to be coded for a. Yeah.
Yeah, that's chill. Better.
Beautiful. Yeah, it's much better. So yeah, you code in some additional encryption layers, some things that like kind of try to cross verify that whomever is accessing the data on the site is actually like a trusted user. Some additional layers of token based security on top of the existing ones with the other encryption keys in place. And on top of that, you code some authentication into this that has like a rotating key that you could install via a memory chip on an agent.
Beautiful.
And yeah, you're able to just kind of copy that off onto the chip that was provided to you. And you can just give that to Matchlight the next time you see him, basically, so he has access back to his site.
Awesome.
Yep.
Cool. Yeah. And as soon as I'm able to, I'll get that over to Matchlight in the most secure way possible.
Yeah. So if you wanted to go through the same courier, it's just 200 eddies. And
I will.
Yeah.
Go ahead and do that.
I gotta deduct the 200.
Yep.
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
And then that's one night for me, right? I still have a little bit more downtime.
Yeah, and you would have 2 more days, basically.
2 more days. Okay.
Yep.
Actually, I don't really think there's anything I can do at the moment. Because really what I need to go do is go get some fucking therapy. But, because we're not gonna do immunoblockers now, right? That's only 2070.
Well, it all depends on who you go talking to.
It's a dangerous game. Let's hold it.
Okay. Fair?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, you are gonna spend the rest of the day pretty much, or the rest of the 2 days, I should say, kind of dissociating. In your mind, you can still see kind of like the echoes of some of those ice that came for you, that you would like, you gave parts of yourself, even if it wasn't your brain getting attacked. Like, you know, you gave up parts of your sanity to like outpace the black ice that chased you through that network. And like,
Yeah.
that the kind of images of like giants kind of stomping behind you is like not far from your mind and your dreams. Anytime you can take a rest in the upcoming days.
Yeah, I'm like, this is real life. This isn't the net arch. This is real life. This is not the network. This is not. Yeah, that sort of thing.
Yeah. Roll me a concentration check.
You got it, Jim.
Yeah. So you are able to hold a grasp on reality, kind of through it all. But it's tenuous, and you know that. Like, this is probably the worst your mental health has ever truly been.
What I would like to do is,
Yeah.
I have Pan's contact info now that I'm in the Ionic Semiconductor building, right?
Yeah, your agent would at the very least recommend that they're who most people in the area see for medical treatment.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna text, hey, you wouldn't happen to offer therapy services, right? This is Peacock, by the way.
Yeah, no, I love giving therapy to people that are on the edge of losing it. How bad we talking?
Well, I think it's bad.
Are you seeing hallucinations?
Yeah.
Hearing voices that aren't there?
Yeah.
And you hear them muttering in the background that you could tell that they're trying to be like relatively like, you know, quiet about so as not to have it picked up by the agent. Of course, agent amplifiers are better than that. So you hear, all right, severe borderline cyberpsychosis, recommend extreme therapy.
You know, I'm also going to shoot a text to the group chat, and I'm just going to say, hey, word of warning, I might need to take some extra time, like, to get all this shit sorted out on my end. Just take, like, a week. And then, yeah, just leave it at that.
And, so you reach out to Pan, and yeah, Pan just says, yeah, I mean, 1,000 eddies in a week, and I'm sure we can have you thinking better thoughts.
That might be good.
Not hearing voices or seeing things that aren't there.
That might be good.
Yeah, no, I mean, you know, come by when you got the time, and we'll set it up. And just about as, like, you're about to maybe confirm, like, oh yeah, I'm good right now or whatever, you have an incoming call from Pantera.
Oh, okay. All right. Yep. Hey, Peacock here.
Okay, so I need you and your crew here, like, now.
Oh, fuck, you couldn't have picked a worse time. Okay.
Yeah, half the city's burning down. Tell me about it. Little Europe.
10-4. I'll get them. All right. And I'll text the group chat. Never mind on that week vacation. Pantera needs us in Little Europe.
Oh. Are you sure you're going to be okay?
I'm going to have to be okay.
Do you want a safe word?
Yeah. I don't know. Make one up.
And you just hear the like almost like a voice talking in the background, just giant, and you're just like, fuck.
Let's not make it that one. Let's not make it that one.
Asparagus.
Okay, asparagus. Yeah.
All right. So let us know, and I don't know how deep this goes, but if we need to, we'll put you down lightly. I mean, I won't, but the others can. No, I mean, I won't put you down at all, is what I mean, because I can't. You know what I mean? Anyway,
All
Does
right,
Pantera want?
Yeah.
I don't know.
So,
She wants us to be. Oh, God.
Yeah, so again, like he mentioned asparagus flavor, and you just hear asp. Yes, the asps, they're coming. Snakes. And you can like almost hear like a light hissing at the edges of your consciousness, like there's like a coiled snake just behind you, out of the.
Get out of my head! 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 Get out of my head!
So, Charlie, before we go on with that, because I published that story and that's all I've done so far, and then I transferred the chip. Do I have just a second more?
You've got like another 2 days technically of downtime that you could kind of be interspersing activity between. So yeah.
Okay, I'll be quick, but I want to lay off of my Netrunner, so we'll be good on that, even though he could be useful. But that being said, I'm going to go ahead and do my own research as to the Anbilin cargo carrier information, and I'm kind of hoping that, because so from what I remember, the Anbilin cargo container is an offshore prison that is, hosting some of the people who were undesirable for what this plot that was being hatched by Kernighan was going to need to achieve in terms of like public favor and opinion to a certain extent.
Sort of, yeah. So it was like one of those places where a lot of so you're not sure kind of like what the full nature of the prison itself was. That said, it's noted as being both the last known location of Adam Smasher, and it's noted to be, like there was a large manifest of names that supposedly were aboard the ship.
I'm gonna look for the manifest of names. Can I take a library search roll to that?
Yes, you can.
Okay, so here's a library search roll.
That's good. All right. What are you looking for in specific on the names?
40.
Her name is not listed there.
Okay. Of the individuals who are listed, does it seem like there might be even more high-profile people than what is being listed? Like, what I found is almost kind of like, it's just a shoe-in for the real thing, almost.
When you say a shoe-in for the real thing, like what
So, like the people who I'm seeing, are they actually like high-profile and interesting people? Do I feel like I'm actually digging up something worthwhile here, or does it feel like I'm looking at a front and like it goes deeper than what I'm able to find?
So the names aren't immediately familiar. It's not like you're looking at a name of like celebrities, A-listers, or like powerful politicians or anything. The only name on the list that seems to, again, strike any kind of fear into your heart is the name of Adam Smasher. Most of the names on the list, you are noticing a pattern though, are Japanese. So you start getting an idea like, okay, maybe Arasaka employees, maybe. But again, it's all supposition at this point because there's not much else beyond the names themselves there to kind of vindicate that.
So, with all the info that I've been able to accumulate, and Peacock is able to, the crew has been able to like accumulate, can I sift through that for any hints of like leads to where 40 may be?
So you can try. That said, nothing so far that you've encountered has seemed to point in her direction.
Okay, so I like look through it again even without rolling and kind of notice that to be the case.
You keep, because you've been like kind of desperately keeping an eye out for her since all of this data started rolling into your lap. And the one notable thing is that you have not seen her name appear in any of the records you've had access to up to now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so then I'm going to roll another library search with another little bit of my downtime to see if I can find any leads at all, knowing that nothing that I've found is actually, useful or interesting, or not. It's all very interesting, it's all very useful, but it's not useful for this specific purpose. So
your personal mission is not served through it. Roll me one more library search to be more general about this. Okay,
that was almost a crit.
Yeah, almost. Even then, though, that beats a 21. So,
Right.
so you go back and you've done this before, right? Like anytime you have a spare moment and like your thoughts have time to breathe, one of the first things that you do is go back and look for 40. And you feel like this is an old ritual of yours by now, right? You go on, you plug in the same search terms, you process it through a data pool. The data pool spits out the same kind of negative result, or it's the same shit you've always seen. You're not sure if it's the fact that maybe things have changed due to all the chaos. Maybe you just happened to plug in a new word today and it was so subconscious you didn't even think to, you didn't even consider it. But you get one new result that your agent highlights today that has never been seen by you before. And because it marks off all the other ones that you've seen probably a couple dozen times each. This is a new result. And it's a video file.
Okay. I would like to watch it.
So what you see the back alley of what appears to be a club. And on the edge of the frame, you can see some of the metadata for the source that this came from. And you see it noted as the Hammer. It's an old rocker club that's been in the city for a really fucking long time. And it's situated in Little China. So it is a hella old club. And you can see 40 walk into the frame out of what appears to be kind of like one of the loading dock doors at the back of the club that likely, would be where she would have loaded in the band's gear and things like that. And you can see her walk outside for just a moment, light up a cigarette and take a, drag off of it. And just out of the shadows on the lower end of the frame, you see two humanoid figures rush up toward her. And she doesn't appear to notice until the very last second. And by then it's too late. And in the next few seconds, you see her head shoved into a bag and her, writhing body just kind of like dragged down the pavement, down past the lower edge of the observation camera. The date on this is marked as being just 6 months ago.
Is there anything telling about the people who are abducting her? Like, are there any clues as to who they're working for or who they might be?
So roll me a perception check. The image quality, I will say right now, is not the best, but there is some stuff you could potentially notice.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. All right. So these guys, you can tell, have clearly done their best to conceal their identities. They have done, they've got just generic black clothing on. They're wearing what appear to be hoods or ski masks, something that kind of just compresses their hair and doesn't leave a lot of their skin to be seen. And it appears they also have some kind of chrome that is like otherwise interfering with like the outline of their bodies. That said, you take this file and start going frame by frame. Like your eyes literally scanning this single like minute or so long video clip for the better part of like the next couple hours. Just taking it bit by bit by bit, hoping that between the compressed pixels, you'll see something. And you notice one small detail. And that is a pin on the collar of the shirt of one of these men. And you could swear for just a moment, it looks like a small triangle. And you have this moment of, okay, I can try and cross-reference this with the data pool, and your agent spits back a 70% probability of it being the Ziggurat logo as a cross-reference to similar images from the data pool.
Okay. Gotcha. And then, do I see the vehicle, or is it off cam?
It's off cam. Wherever they drag her to, it doesn't appear to be, it doesn't appear to be on camera. You can see, like, in the moments after they drag her off, you can see some lights illuminate the pavement just behind, where a car must be. But nothing about the car is noted in the frame.
Gotcha. Perfect. Okay. That's what I needed out of that.
Yep.
And that will conclude my downtime.
Beautiful. So we're all good to go meet with Danger Gal and maybe lose our fucking minds in Nyla's case?
Good is a relative term, but I'm ready as I'll ever be.
Nice.
Beautiful. So you guys all find your way to Danger Gal. I suppose I should start by asking, how are we getting to Danger Gal?
Cab.
It's a good question.
Yeah. Because I don't want to just hire a taxi.
Yeah, with the streets and utter chaos, even if we're going through nicer zones, I'd probably still hire a combat cab for the distance.
Yeah.
Okay.
Unless we know someone who has a better transportation service.
I mean, we could get a Nomad.
You could. You could also, if you wanted to really high roll it, you could hire an AV. That starts getting very expensive, but you could do it.
Yeah, I'm cool with hiring a Nomad.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. So you guys...
And maybe the Nomad will have an AV, who knows?
Yeah. So you guys have worked just a little bit with the Sand Viper family, who are like one of the families that make up the Aldecaldos.
Yeah, they helped us with the NCPD raid, right?
They did. They helped you with that. They also helped you get some of the FBC parts for Paradox. So you do have their contact information. Their leader, Geo, is a old codger of a man, but he is definitely someone you guys you in particular, Matchlight, have worked with before.
Yeah.
So we can reach out to him.
What about this Helios guy? No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I can reach out to him.
Yeah. So he says, yeah, this is Geo.
Hey, my crew and I, we need to lay low and have some transport that will help us do just that, and I was hoping you could help us out.
Yeah. We talking goods, people, what we moving?
Just people. We have a meeting with a fixer, but showing our faces is obviously going to cause a little bit of a panic potentially, so we'd like to just have someone very competent who knows their way around, knows the back streets, and is maybe, somehow stealthy with a vehicle.
Yeah, I think I got a guy. Goes by the name Turbo. Bit of a street racer. I can set him up with one of our high tint vehicles. Should be to you here in the next 30 minutes. You can get your crew together there.
Yeah, I'll drop you the coordinates of where we all are, because we're all, around different parts of the city, but...
Yeah. I'll get him your way.
Okay.
Yep. So, most of you are in the old combat zone right now. The only one of you who isn't is Rook. So, Rook, would you want them just to swing by your place and pick you up? Or is it something where you'd want to try and meet them in the old combat zone?
I would probably go to them since they're all collected already anyways.
Okay.
as if it would be like out of the way for them to swoop me up, then I would meet with them. But if it's on the way anyways, then I would just have them pick me up.
Yeah, it depends because there's like 2 routes to get to Little Europe because it's kind of on the exact opposite side of things from the old combat zone. You recognize that the safer of the 2 routes would probably be the one that doesn't go past you, though.
Yeah, then I'd probably go to meet them.
Beautiful. Go ahead and roll me local expert just to see how much you know about navigating the streets in your area.
Skills, local expert is a knowledge.
Ooh, all right. So yeah, you know, thankfully the area pretty well, and you know kind of the back passages and things like that. It's kind of slow going, but it'll probably take you about half an hour to kind of get from where you are to where they are, on foot, kind of taking the safe way, essentially through things, safe passages, back alleys, all that kind of thing, so that you don't meet up with some of these rioters, looters, etc. So you do find your way to them. So the 4 of you are all gathered together, and pulling up in a, you would call it a nice car, if not for the fact that this thing has all of the charm of the Nomad's vehicles, which is to say the thing has been cobbled together out of a bunch of spare parts, repainted 3 different colors that don't quite go together. And the base, you could tell here, is a Paladin, which is a very nice looking street car. The problem is, again, it's very Nomad. The windows, though, are tinted very dark, and you can tell the thing, at least the engine, sounds like it's in pretty good working condition. Doesn't sound like it's, doing a death screech or anything like that.
Well, good.
Yeah. So as you guys kind of like are gathered around and this guy pulls up, the driver door opens, says, I was told rapid transport to spot in Little Europe. That you guys?
I'll just nod.
All right. Yeah, pilot name's Turbo. Do clandestine transport all the time. So just watch your heads, buckle in. I mean it, by the way, buckle in. And as you kind of all sit down, even his like middle seat in the back has, instead of your typical, over the shoulder seat belt, he's got full like 6-point harnesses on the seats themselves.
I was gonna say, as we get in, I'm gonna shove past everybody, pop my shotgun out of my arm, and call shotgun.
Yeah. And I leave that to the group whether anyone's got an issue with that.
No comment here.
Yeah. Beautiful. Yeah. So you just plop your ass down in the seat and then strap on the harness. And Turbo gets in. And you could tell, this guy's got, a full-on racing collar on his neck and everything. And it's, very clear when you sit down. The car is made for transport, but transport, of course, is a very loose term. This is one of those things that's, you can tell, the body has been definitely refurbished more than once. The seats look very nice. The engine sounds very nice. All the dials and such in the front, the meters and things, look like they've been retooled from whatever was their stock. But this very much still all the same, has all the makings of, this is some kid's souped up race car that he street races with. And so as you guys all pile into the seats, put on the harnesses, says, all right, well, if everyone's all strapped in and ready to go. And then you hear him just hit the throttle on this thing, and you can hear that scream of a turbo engage as he starts sliding down the nearest wide street, finding his way into the freeway, and just sends it. And you don't think he dips below 100 miles per hour nearly the entire way there. Basically, once he hits the freeway, he's like doing almost double what anyone else on the freeway is doing right now, despite how full the traffic is.
So what you're telling me is 10 out of 10 Nomad.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna roll something here real quick for him because this is kind of important. Yeah. So this would be. Oh yeah, no, he's totally fine. So there are a few times where those among you who are not used to going 100 plus miles per hour feel the thing like jerking side to side as he's literally like switching through lanes of traffic. And there's a few moments where you think, oh God, we're going to slam into that fucker up there. Just to, at the last second, narrowly miss them. And so, but yeah, it takes you just 15 minutes along the freeway to get to Little Europe because of how Turbo is driving. And as he kind of like stylishly pulls this thing in, he parallel parks it in one of those like squealing just like spins where he kind of flips the 180 and then perfectly like lines it up against the curb. And he says, all right, well, I think this is your stop based on what you sent through Geo. So, good luck with that meeting, guys.
Well done. Thank you.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna throw up.
So yeah, you guys some of you stumble, I'm sure, more than walk out of this car, as your kind of sense of internal like inertia sort of returns to itself.
Nothing internal is working right now. This is par for the course.
So between the voices, the nausea, and the G-forces that just scrambled your brains a little harder than they've been for quite a while, you feel a little off-center, to say the least. So you get out, and before you rises this massive 20-story skyscraper, and at the top you can see the Danger Gal logo complete with the little pictogram of mouse that serves as its sort of mascot in the logo, just staring down at you at the street below.
All right, chimps. Let's get it.
Let's get it.
Yep. So you all walk inside and you can see a woman that has been biosculpted. You see these rounded ears that appear to be reminiscent of a small dog that apparently been sculpted onto her in place of her normal human ears. And she looks up at you and just says, do you have an appointment?
We're here to talk. Pantera sent us.
Pantera sent for... And she immediately starts like typing on a computer in front of her. Oh. And like you could see recognition kind of float across her face as she realizes exactly who the hell you all are. And she says, oh, I'm so sorry. Yes. Elevator should open. You're aiming straight for the top, actually.
Much obliged.
Yep. So you get in, and unlike most of the elevators you've seen in your lives, there are no buttons on the inside of this thing. It just has a small glass panel that just shows the current floor it's on, where normally you'd expect like a set of buttons for the various floors to be. And as you enter and the doors shut, you see a quick like laser line again, sort of scan over your vision and your bodies. And you just see the little glass panel flash from its like currently on to being identities identified. Headed for floor 30. And then you feel a lurch as this thing starts flying upwards toward the very top of the skyscraper that you have situated yourselves in. Out the back of the elevator, I should mention, is a perfectly see-through glass panel accentuated by the steel of the elevator shaft. And out through it, you could see the Night City Bay, as well as kind of the coastline leading northward along the edge of Watson. As eventually you arrive at the top of the skyscraper, the doors slide open into what you can see beyond is a rich cherry wood enameled hallway. So you can just kind of see, the floor here is this sort of sleek black stone tile. The walls are half paneled in cherry wood. And then the upper portion of this are light accents of like pink and light blue pastel that, despite as bright as they are, they don't look particularly like garish or off-putting. They seem like to kind of blend pretty seamlessly, almost kind of like fluid as you kind of walk down this hallway in the direction of several rooms near the end. And you can see one door that is lit at the end of the hallway that says meeting room.
Okay. I'm guessing that's where we need to go. This is giving me kabuki vibes.
Yeah.
A little bit, you know.
A little bit. Yeah.
It's the pink, of course, but yeah, everything else.
Yeah.
Cool. So I will walk towards the meeting room.
Oh, just to be clear, Connor, you meant Konpeki, like the very nice hotel in 77? Yeah. Okay. No,
That's what I meant. Yeah, I said kabuki, huh?
Yeah. You're good, though. So you walk toward this meeting room. Inside is, as you kind of all walk in, you see Pantera leaning out over a glass table, underneath which you see shifting all kinds of images, what very clearly some of which are active live cams, some of which are photos. All of it is just kind of splayed out, and you could see their eyes darting from image to image to image as they're taking account of exactly what's going on outside. And they simply say, as they kind of make a motion and like pull all the data back toward a terminal that they seem to be leaning over, they say, please take seats. We have a lot to discuss.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll sit down.
Yep.
I'll sit down.
Beautiful. Rook, you sitting down as well?
Oh yeah, of course.
Beautiful. All right. I'm just pulling up my notes here. All right. So, Pantera kind of looks up at all of you as they kind of, pull their head out of whatever they were just examining. And you're not sure if it was just from the chaos outside or, just the fact that clearly, like, this is a situation room of a kind. You can see monitors up all over the walls, albeit they aren't displaying anything more than the Danger Gal logo right now. And there are several kind of terminals that appear to be kind of slid away in front of each of your seats, with Pantera's being the only one that seems to be slid up in front of them. So as you all kind of like sit down, Pantera meets each of your eyes one by one, and they say, so when we began to work together, I didn't look too deeply into any of you because, quite honestly, the information you presented was more than enough reason for me to trust you on faith alone. And you haven't betrayed that faith. I want to make that very clear right now. You saved Michiko. And that's a debt that I don't know if we'll ever be able to fully repay you all. That said, and with that, she starts throwing out a dossier in front of each of you. And as you look at it, you recognize each of you have been presented with a file containing information about you. that Danger Gal has collected. And Pantera kind of continues here. There's just some things in here that I wanted to ask about. Because, to be honest, this is going to affect our working relationship with one another. What's happened in the last few days is unprecedented. This kind of societal upheaval, we haven't seen anything like it in 20 years. So, I appreciate all of you being honest, candid with me. Let's start with you. And she looks at you, Matchlight. You were responsible, in large part it seems. Your identity kind of fell onto our desks the second that a certain Night City precinct got collapsed to the ground. And while I understand all of you had a hand to play in that place's downfall, you're the one who took the most credit for that, Matchlight. What did you hope it would gain you?
So I'll interrupt to put my hand up a little bit. Yeah, I didn't do that.
And they kind of look over at you, Celsius, and they say, "Oh, you weren't there the night of. Rest assured, we've seen everything that leads up to it. You absolutely had a hand to play, even if yours wasn't the one that pulled the final trigger."
Yep. So I would just say, I don't think it was what I stood to gain from it, but what the city stood to gain from it. And that's why I did what I did that night.
What did the city stand to gain?
Freedom from their oppressors, advertisement that there is a way forward outside of the lot in life that they would have us be fed without any alternative options. Motivation, encouragement, courage.
Do you view yourselves as some sort of messianic prophet? And you could tell, like, normally that sort of a statement would be coupled with, like, derision or, like, some sort of, like, jab at you. And you note that despite that normally being like the sound you'd expect that, or the tone that to be delivered in, theirs is very matter of fact. Like, Pantera is not ribbing you with that comment. They're genuinely asking you that question.
See, I've been thinking about this a lot, actually. And it kind of plays into the irony that I've been thinking about it a lot when I said I didn't do it for myself. But of course, yeah, you're calling my bluff. Of course I did it for myself. I did it because I want my life to mean something, and I got really fucking tired of day after day just having no say. And I thought other people might feel the same way. And I've gotten this far, so it seems like I'm right. But to answer your question directly, as much as, and again, I'll be willing to be completely transparent here, sometimes I want to overestimate my abilities and correlate all of my success with my competence. This wasn't me. None of this was me. So no, I don't see myself as a prophet.
And you can see Pantera, they note something down on a small scratch pad that is embedded in the table itself. Like it's a digital notepad of some kind. But it's, specifically designed to keep it from your view. I
would just say, to finish it off, I'm just the one with the loudest mouth. as evidenced by the fact that I took all the credit for a night where I barely fucking did a thing. And it would have been much more successful if my sister were there.
And they nod at that comment, make one more note, and then they look over at you, Celsius, and say, by your own admission, you weren't there the night that the precinct itself fell. However, you were the one who took the final shot at Kernighan. We all agreed with that outcome. None of us were going to say that that was the wrong decision. That said, his was not the first body you left in your wake. There are plenty others behind you. Certainly many of them were ones that would have at one point or another said they upheld law and order in the city. So my question for you, what do you hope to gain by being a merchant of death?
Well, obviously my goods are of high quality, being the merchant and all. But those people, world's better off without them. They weren't just in my way. They were in the way of progress.
What progress is that?
Taking back what we deserve. The side of the city that they were taking from us, destroying, putting to ruin. Places that people like me and some young ones that I know struggle to grow up in.
Interesting. There were reports in your file about a group of children that you've taken under your wing. What do you see yourself as to them?
A guide more than anything. Definitely not a father. I never had one. They lost theirs, most likely. Same way I lost mine.
And how is that?
Who fucking knows? They just disappeared off the face of the earth one day. I couldn't even fucking tell you what happened.
And you could see they kind of like slide their hand over the notes that they took for Matchlight, and they start noting more details in. Apparently a note for you individually, Celsius. And they said, and what if in the wake of everything that you've caused, the city obviously is devolving into chaos? What will you do now?
Rest, relax, something I haven't done in years. Could be amazing. But we have more work to do still.
And they nod at that. And even though they are wearing like a full helmet, you almost get this weird sense like that you think you pick up the slightest sense they might be giving you a grin under that mask if you could see their mouth. All the same, they make another note and then slide that page away. And then they look up at you, Rook. Say, you were a sworn defender of the peace. By all means, you were supposed to be one of those agents of law and order. And yet, here you sit, co-conspirators that might be known as terrorists, revolutionaries, depending on who you ask, either heroes or villains.
No. What they had us doing, that's what was making us terrorists. When the good guys became the bad guys, well, the bad guys become the good guys.
And you, what do you see yourself as in that equation?
Well, I like to think of myself as still a good guy. We'll have to see how it goes now that the head's been cut off the serpent here.
And they make a few notes on the pad that now you can tell has been reserved for you. And they look up after making their notes and say, and your partner, Xavier, I think his name is.
Yeah.
What do you think of him?
There's got to be something other than a badge in the city people can turn to.
And they nod at you and say, And so now that, as you said, the head's been cut off the serpent, what actions or works do you see yourself doing in the days that follow?
Brooke kind of leans back in his chair and looks up. Well, hopefully the work I used to do. Come around, help people. Stop all this fucking madness. Right now it's a little much because of, well, you can still hear what's going on outside, but at some point things will settle back down.
They note a few more lines on the pad, and they say, "We can only hope that that's true." And they gesture their hand, dismissing the page once more. And finally, you, the showman, one who seems to want to be the first one noticed in the group. Peacock, our files on you are somehow some of the most complete and yet incomplete. Your parents work for Ziggurat. You somehow fell off that radar despite being flamboyant, loud, certainly wanting for attention. Images of you show up in numerous clubs around the city, always doing things that are innocuous, could be written off as just another party goer in their youth, enjoying a night of drinking, debauchery, occasional drug here or there. Piranhas were kind of always at the edge of your social sphere. So tell me, how is it that a savant netrunner with parents working for one of the most powerful tech companies in Night City comes to sit at a table with these edge runners as your company?
As much as I'd like to give you my whole life story, there's really not much to tell. You're right, I did fall off the train, and I fell to the very bottom, and I said to myself, I'm gonna do whatever it takes to survive. And it turns out I got a little farther than that.
And now that you've surpassed what most, I think, would deem a certain line, you've made a name for yourself. Quite possibly you're a better netrunner than I am. Now that you've accomplished so much and you've wrought the kind of chaos that we're seeing out in the streets, certainly more than a little of this would not have been possible without someone like you gathering the data that your media then would blast out over the networks. What do you hope to gain in the days that follow? What will you do?
I want power. I don't want to feel like something is out of my control.
And what if I told you you never had power to begin with? Even now.
You told me that? Well, wouldn't be enough to get me to stop trying.
And they make a few notes down. And what if I told you the old life, the one that forgot about you? What if I told you you could have it back?
What are you trying to tell me?
Your parents vanished, but, well, enough of the preamble. I needed to make sure I could trust all of you. Truly trust all of you. And I think that despite your less than orthodox standing, your, let's be honest, chaotic ways, you've carved a path of destruction that's led you this far. I'm not your enemy. The corporation you're sitting in the offices of is not your enemy. So I want to start by dispelling that notion entirely. With that, Pantera motions to the table once more, calling back all your files. And then from each one, you could see her on the hand, like, pull out a file off of each one of them and then represent them to all of you. And they say, a few days ago, shortly after the Atlantis incident, we had a tip get dropped in. And of course, none of us were really able to properly vet, review, or do anything with it until yesterday. We finally had the time, after we had patched our own wounds, salved our bruises, and really had a chance to bring our heads back into the business we're used to doing, detective work, that we really understood what had been dropped in our laps. We got some files, and I'm sure that this in part was due to some of the work that you did the other night, Peacock. Some of the information that was pulled off of Hayes' drive got drip fed into our lab. One of these things is confirmation of something we've suspected for some time. A ziggurat project known as Project Gestalt. While the files we received don't fully spell the scope of the project out, there were some very interesting people mentioned in it. And so this, Peacock, is where we start talking about you. And as she flicks over the data that she's pulled out of your file for you, you see a headshot of two people that you haven't seen in years. Your parents. And they look older than you remember them. The photos themselves don't have a date, but you can clearly tell, like, your parents' faces are more harrowed, thin than you remember them being. Their hair appears to be grayer. And next to their headshots is a small document page that lists them as the project leaders on this Project Gestalt. Says it looks like, or they say rather, Pantera says, looks like whoever Ziggurat's been tapping for this, they've been working on this for the last 10 or so years, on and off, with mixed success. And it seems as though they need more and more people the deeper we go. And somehow, against all odds, we find your people in here. People that are connected to each of you. And then they flick over another image, this time to you, Matchlight, and staring up at you, you see the face of 40. Her name appears in the project as a participant. Two images get flicked over to you, Rook, and you see looking up at you two of the women that have disappeared from your life at different points. One by the name of Ember and one by the name of Blossom, that both of which kind of vanished out of thin air. Like one day they just ghosted you, never looked back. And then finally, you, Celsius, despite not knowing your parents well, you see two faces get pushed in front of you as well. This time, mugshots for you. And you see the faces of the two edge runners that kind of pulled you up off the street and gave you a home back when you would have just been another yo-ganger, and kind of showed you how to, fire guns, be an edge runner, and survive on the streets of the combat zone. All of those faces beyond Peacock's parents are participants in whatever this project is. So, the thing I'm going to ask you all to do is take a look through what we've assembled and see if you can't uncover whatever this is. Because my guess is that if Kay had a hand in any of this, it most likely means that it's probably not good. And if Ziggurats got their hands in it, it means that whatever it is probably going to affect the entire city. We're already teetering on the brink. I'd rather not see us come any closer to it. Any questions?
So, above table.
Yes.
Last session, I specifically remember while I was library searching Kay's database,
Yeah.
I looked at the file on Ziggurat.
Yep.
Does Project Gestalt jump out at me?
Project Gestalt does have a very small amount of because all that data was just kind of flying by your eyes at 1,000,000 miles an hour, basically, when you were starting to sift through it. But yes, the project does seem familiar, even through that blur of, activity that you had in the net at that moment.
All right. Well, I know one lead, at least. How much data do you have on Project Gestalt? Or do you just have the name and the fact that it dropped in your lap?
And you can see Pantera tap 4 times on something on one side of the table, clearly making a copy for each of you, and then thrust their hand forward, and a file gets placed in front of each of you. Each of you has a copy of the entire findings we have on the project so far. The only solid connection that we seem to have from the little bit of data we do have is that it's somehow connected to a project Netwatch is working on, known as Blackwall. We don't know much else, sadly.
Okay.
But look through the file, see if there's anything that jumps out at you. Meanwhile, I'm going to keep an eye on things on the monitors over here. Ask me if you have questions.
All right. I have a few questions, but everyone else, if you've got something to ask, mine can wait.
Go ahead.
All right. First and foremost, I think the thing that we're all thinking is we're edge runners. Edge runners do gigs, and we get paid.
You do.
So, what's your offer?
2,000 eddies ahead, plus an additional 1,000 as a bonus if you can truly stop whatever the hell this project is, should it prove something dangerous.
Does that sound good with everyone?
I've never been one to turn down a good pile of eddies.
Beautiful.
I don't give a damn about the eddies at this point.
Yeah. My second, more comment than anything. I'll get to this as soon as I can, but our foray into Atlantis, well, let's just say I've seen better days. So forgive me if I don't get to you on this immediately. I need to take a week to do the old, attic cleaning, if you get what I mean.
But you're fine.
Oh, I'm not fine.
And then, Pantera, as you say that, they kind of cock their head at you and say, "What?"
I am Pantera. We're business partners at this point, so I need to be 100% honest with you. I am hanging on by a thread.
No, I told you can take care of that. And you can tell the kind of expression that they're making, even through the mask. You can kind of tell just the way they cock their head there, just whatever you just told them didn't make any sense to them. Like you're responding to something they didn't say.
Yeah, yeah.
How sensitive of a time frame is this gig on right now?
Right now, we don't know what the project is. We don't know its parameters. So, the truth is we're not sure. But the chaos in the streets is going to continue bleeding forward. Ziggurat, like every other corporation in the city, is going to want to quell it. And if the project has any way to do that, or if they think there's a way to do that, they'll probably want to use it sooner rather than later.
Do you have any implications that could tie Ziggurat to Arasaka?
None. Well, none yet. There's always the possibility that someone that worked for a corporation now works for the other, vice versa. There were plenty of Arasaka defectors that moved to other corporations at the end of the war, or fell into hiding, got hired on as soon as possible to erase whatever paper trail they had. So the data crash confused a lot of things. So while we don't have any hard evidence that suggests anyone that we found so far associated with the project was an Arasaka employee, some of the names around Project Blackwall we know were. So if the two are related, and with that, Pantera's voice kind of just trails off, kind of logically leading you to believe that, you know, they don't think it's impossible that Arasaka maybe has a hand somewhere in this. It's just not clear where.
Okay, so we're essentially finding out info for you because I don't know. It's hard right now. Like, obviously, with our netrunner in the state that he's in, and it being a job where having a netrunner, you know, is kind of paramount to having any other role that you could possibly think of. We might need to take some time, and with that time, the streets could die down a little bit. So, not that I'm proposing that. Obviously, we all have personal motivation in this, and I understand time is of the essence, which is why I might make a plea. Is there any other group that you can send for this? Less high profile? Risky? Obviously, we're potent. I know that's why you're hiring us, but anyone else?
Truly, I don't trust a whole lot of edge runners. And if this was something Danger Gal could take on as a corporation without raising suspicion, we would. Normally, this is exactly the kind of case Puma Squad, my squad, we would handle this. But Michiko is going to take a while to recover. She needs weeks, it sounds like, of recovery before she'll be able to make any kinds of decisions. So meanwhile, as the chief intelligence officer of Puma Squad, I am more or less in charge of operations here.
And I'm gonna chime in. In the meantime, getting the city quelled might help us actually with this mission. With less, you know, riots happening, less people looking for us, wait for the heat to die down. In that time, and I'm gonna look over to Rook. Do you think Xavier could help quell the riots? And I'm also gonna look at Matchlight, and then you maybe write a story about Xavier and their group, about how they're on the ground grassroots effort to help the people of Night City after this incident. Give me enough time to recover.
Yeah, we can try, but honestly, it's a conflict of motivation at that point because, and like, I'll look out the window. Is there like a view of, you know, the riots at all? Charlie?
Is there a what? I'm sorry?
A view of the riots or like the, you know, chaos in Night City?
So there are some monitors that Pantera's pulled up at the back that show, yeah, like there are riots, like, and you can see several like blocks that you have seen images of before. You've even been to some of these in the past before the lockdown happened, where these are like upscale shopping centers at the edges of the city, or in the Glen, or in Watson, and all of them have like flicking through, like Pantera's cycling the images, and as each one passes, you could just see fire, you see discord, you see the police where they are active fighting back against the crowds, private security fighting back in other cases, and it's very chaotic. The scenes are all like, and not everyone in the crowd is the kind of downtrodden, edge runner type. Some of these are just middle management execs, armed with either, crude makeshift weapons like bats or pipes, that appear to be every bit as scared and angry as your neighbors were probably during the lockdown. Like, this is the city tilted on its head.
I'll just say, I want this to run its course. This is what I wanted.
And Pantera says, I'm not for a moment suggesting that you stop them. However, understand that for every day this runs on longer, if there is some desire or design Ziggurat has to utilize their project against the people of the city, that's time slipping away from us.
You're one of the most powerful corporations in Night City. So if Peacock here is telling you, honestly, and barely even able to get the words out, that he's not going to be able to do the gig unless you help him, then please fucking help him. Pull some strings, do something, get him some meds so that he can get his head on a little bit more straight. Or else the gig's not going to go well. And if the gig doesn't go well for us, then you don't get what you want either.
Oh, and if I wasn't clear, I want Peacock to be better for this. I don't want to send any of you in half-cocked. So, my only ask is that while Peacock is convalescing, and we do have some doctors here, some medications that we can give him to prop him up, and I can throw that in as a sort of bonus here, or an advance, you could say. While he's convalescing, though, I do expect the rest of you to potentially start looking into certain aspects of this, leads. There are names in the dossier I've given to each of you. People that we suspect are insiders at Ziggurat, or their affiliates, that might know more. Those are the people I want you to look for. Or at the very least, do some research. And then, once Peacock is better, has his head on straight, well, then you do your big hits.
And I'm just gonna... Oh,
Go
go ahead. I was just gonna say, you guys are gonna do fine. I don't want to be a
liability.
Thank you. I was looking for the word.
So, how long are you gonna need our nethead for?
About a week.
Is that
Week
right,
tops.
Pantera?
A week should do it. Give him some of the strongest therapy we have. Some antipsychotics that we've been developing.
Right.
Is that okay with you?
Well,
All three of you?
Go ahead, and I'll look at the other two.
Yeah, man, take all the time you need.
We're not
through hell.
We're not going in without you.
All right. Yeah. Let's I'll take the exit stage left to the doc's office.
Good. You'll speak with Honey. She's our local doctor one we all see from Puma Squad. She'll take care of you.
Cream. All right, where do I see her?
I'll program the elevator. Take the left one. The rest of you, the right one, will take you right down to the lobby.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you for doing what we can't while we're all trying to get our heads back on straight here at base.
Okay.
So as everybody sort of like leaves, I'm gonna lag behind.
Mhm.
So I would like to ask Pantera a few questions that were more personal.
Sure.
I'll just sort of walk up to him and be like, "Hey, didn't get a good chance to flip through that dossier you had on me. The fact that you had pictures of my old crew, well, my quote folks. What else do you have on me? That time is pretty much a blur."
Mean scattered security footage, the occasional biometric data from when you'd stop by Ripper Docks that automatically reports some of that to the city. Not a ton, but enough.
Any way I can get a copy of that?
Go ahead and roll me a persuasion check. Oh boy, the suspense.
And incoming, my computer's being a pain in the ass.
It's all good. There it goes. Okay. Ooh, that's not a bad roll. So Pantera looks over at their monitor and then back up at you. They say, normally, we don't make a habit of handing out corporate dossiers. However, in your case, I think I can make an exception. And they tap once on a file that springs out of the terminal and then flick it over towards a memory chip that they have seated against the table, pick it up, and they hand it to you.
So I'll take it and then I'll reach into my pocket. And the one thing that I always carry with me that I don't think I've ever mentioned to anybody in the crew is a red and blue swirled marble that was given to me by my in quote, like I said, quote, parents.
Mm-hmm.
That they gave to me just to be like, hey, this is keep this on you to remember us by kind of thing if we ever go missing.
Mm-hmm.
Which, like every good, a neurodivergent person, I fixated my entire personality around it.
Sure.
But yeah, thanks. This means a lot more than you think it does.
Hey, I'm glad we can help each other.
I'll go ahead and head down the correct elevator.
Yeah. So the three of you, the two of you reach the elevator, Rook and Matchlight, and notice that Celsius isn't there. And the elevator actually doesn't leave right away because it just says all participants are all users are not in elevator. Please wait. Please wait. And it's only a few minutes later when Celsius does finally arrive and enters the elevator that it begins its descent. Meanwhile, Peacock, the moment you walk into your elevator, it says going to 5th floor medical clinic, and you feel it descend down until you exit onto a floor that, by contrast to the warmer tones of the top level that you've just left, is very sterile. It's got that perfectly polished white tile and white painted walls. It's almost enough to drive you crazy on its own. just from how blank it all seems. That said, on this level, you can see there are a bunch of medical assistants kind of ferrying around different agents or medicines and things like that.
You know what I imagine? Do you remember the the black site from like way back?
Yeah.
You remember the net arch there? How it was just completely white and sterile?
Right. Mm-hmm.
I'm like, just imagine I'm dissociating between that and the 5th medical floor. And I'm like, this is freaky fuck.
Yeah. No. And you can actually like hear the Netrunner crash that you're with. For a moment, you just hear, the exit's this way. We have to go. And like, you can almost see a flickering exit sign off down a hallway. And like, then you blink and it's no longer there. And you can hear like through the dissociation, something that just sounds like murmuring at like the end of like a long muffled like hallway. And as you kind of blink and that exit sign vanishes, you hear, hello, can I help you? And you notice that like there's a nurse standing in front of you who's like trying to get your attention, like waving her hand up in front of your eyes.
Whoa, hey, whoa, stop.
Yeah, whoa, hey. Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
Haven't seen you around here before, new recruit?
You could say that. Hey, Honey, that's right.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. The doctor's seeing someone right now, but let me see if we can get her to see you. You don't look so good. And she walks over to a terminal, and you can again feel yourself being scanned by like a laser line as a record gets pulled up on her screen, and she says, oh, yeah. Just a moment. And she walks around the corner, and it feels like a long time, even if it's only maybe 30 seconds or so in actuality. But you feel this pressure at the center of your back, and you just hear the words, oh shit, I'll get you another one, Choom.
Oh. Where am I?
Yeah. No, and again, like for just a moment, you blink, and around you, you just smell that acrid smoke and like the, pollution and the rust and like slight decay of that old junkyard outside the garage that you tried to help blew up onto the roof of. For a moment, you're back there, and then again, you just kind of blink, and that scene fades out before you as the white tile of the 5th level of the Danger Gal Tower again comes back into view. And staring at you is a woman who has these blonde ringlets in her hair and is staring back at you with what appear to be like golden cat's eyes. And she says, oh yeah. Yep, that matches the file. Hey, you back with us?
Where's Blue?
Yeah, nope, there's no one named Blue here. Have you been having those kinds of frequent dissociations? Hallucinations?
They feel so real, dog.
Yeah, no, I'm sure they do.
Oh, gosh.
Here, follow me. And she kind of like runs her arm through yours to kind of guide you. Recognizing that you're kind of like flitting back and forth between like some kind of hallucination and like reality as like things are kind of getting to you. And where she guides you to is into a room that is just soft lit by like a light blue sort of fluorescent light, and like walks you over to this tank of aerated water that only seems to be about maybe 2 or 3 feet deep. Like if you like sat down in it, it'd probably come to like chest height. She says, I'm going to have you just disrobe. Don't worry, I'm going to leave the room, let you do that. But I need you to get into the tank for me. Okay, just take a seat. And I'm going to go get some medicine for you, okay? Yeah, okay. And you sit down in this like tub of bubbling water. And as you do, some of the like, because again, it's aerated, so it's kind of like bubbling up from the bottom, almost like it's boiling. Although when you sit down, it's like pretty much like warm bath water, essentially. It's not too hot. Doesn't feel like, you have to like really ease yourself in to like avoid burning yourself or anything. And you can taste as like some of that, aeration produces like mist. You can taste like a light saltiness on your lips and on your tongue. For a moment there, you blink and the water shifts from its clear kind of blue in the lighting to that sickly green of the neurotoxin back in the facility. Go ahead and roll me a concentration check, please.
All right.
Oh, no. Okay. So, roll me a d6. Okay. So, you lose two points of humanity as like your dissociation kind of gets the better of you in this moment, and you almost half jump out of the tub before like again blinking and realizing where you are again. Like you're losing grasp of some of your reality, and you like are very aware of it now. It's right about that time as you like kind of like half out, and then like you relax again and start sliding back into the water and realize it's just a bad dream basically that's playing out in real time.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just like thinking it's not my fault. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. That sort of thing.
Yeah. No, and like and you hear the light hiss of the door behind you opening as Honey walks back in, and in her hand she has a couple of things. She has a few air hypos as well as a braindance headset. And you've gone through braindance therapy before. Like this wouldn't be your first time. But she says, okay, yeah, I saw just a moment ago you had another one of your little dissociation episodes, right? Yeah. Okay. So here, we're gonna put this on, and she places the wreath like gently on your head. And I'm gonna give you one of these. And then she taps your arm with an air hypo, and the brain dance kind of activates and sends you into this scene that is of like a serene spring in the middle of like a mountain glade. And slowly, what is more of like a Buddhist meditation kind of begins playing out step by step through this brain dance. And you, through the dulling of the senses that it provides you, do feel a second jab as another air hypo is injected into you. It's at this point that I would like you to roll me. Bear with me just a second here, because I need to look at something from another source book.
Oh, that's horrifying.
Let me find this here real quick. There it is. Go ahead and roll me 2d6. Okay, beautiful. You regain 8 humanity right now.
Okay.
And this begins a week of kind of this same sort of therapy that, you know, it will take place over, you know, the course of about a week here, where, you know, every day you're subjected to a few hours of this sort of brain dance therapy in what you're quickly understanding is like a sensory deprivation tank, to help it stick a little more soundly with your psyche. And then getting injections of various psychotropic and you know, antipsychotic meds to kind of help the therapy stick harder and suppress some of the hallucinations and delusions that you're having about reality, until it somewhat begins to normalize. Go ahead and roll me 4d6 for extreme humanity therapy.
Come on, baby.
Okay. We gain 11.
Okay. That's good.
Yep.
It's a good start.
So in total, you're back to 24. Okay. That's good. Beautiful. So now for the rest of the crew, now that I have waxed poetic with Nyla here for a little bit, the rest of you are let down to the lobby and are allowed to kind of just leave the building. In this next week where your netrunner's out of commission, what would you like to do?
Well, what does the dossier say, like, that they gave us?
Yeah.
What kind of individuals are we supposed to research?
Yeah, so within the dossier, there are a couple of names that have hands in either they're listed in the Project Gestalt files as someone who, if they themselves aren't named as part of the project itself, an element of what they did work on at Ziggurat is noted as part of the project as a technology. So like some of the notes that have been annotated in are, we believe this person to be, you know, like in charge of an aspect of the project, even if they aren't noted. So one of them is a, let me, because I have notes here for this. Let me grab that. So one person that is related to the CityNet initiative is a man by the name of David Ackerson.
Okay.
There is a a woman this time named who strangely is not a Ziggurat exec, but rather a Rockland Augmentics exec by the name of Susan McDonnell. And Susan is listed as the project lead on something Rockland's working on, known as Project Neuron.
Okay.
And then finally, the one last name you have here is a person going by the name of let me find here in my notes. Oh, here it is. The woman's name is Zaya Arashid. So that's Zaya. Arashid is Arashid. Who is the head of Garden content delivery and strategy.
And what company does she work for?
Ziggurat. She's part of the Garden division of Ziggurat.
Third. What did we find on David Ackerson?
So David is noted as being the head of the CityNet initiative. So he apparently oversees everything to do with the CityNet and its rollout across not just Night City, but other cities such as Seattle, Denver. Like there's like a list of cities that he had a direct hand in the implementation of CityNet. And something that roll me an education check for this part, because like the data's all there for you to figure this out, but it's a matter of if you would kind of know about it. 14, yeah, that's good enough. You recognize that all the city nets that are mentioned here, the cities that are represented by the data set, are all pretty much the earliest cities to receive a city net after the data crash. And that's like, just maybe one of those little factoids you picked up when you were searching for, like another story that you're like, oh, that's an interesting thing. Well, now it's kind of coming back to help you here.
Yeah. Cool.
Yep.
Rockland Augmetics Project Neuron, content delivery and strategy. Okay. I'm most interested in Zaya personally. Selfishly, because I feel like that is like kind of the highest likelihood of having any correlation with the person that I care about the most. So I will research that.
Okay, cool. What about the rest of you?
I wouldn't mind looking into the first guy, just the when he was working with the CityNet. Maybe see if he frequents any local bars or clubs, that kind of thing.
Cool. Okay. So, so with you looking into that, you don't really know the area of Little Europe particularly well, right? Because that's where Ziggurat's based out of. Yeah, you would have been like focused on the old combat zone. Go ahead and make me a general intelligence roll or a library search, and you can kind of see if you can get something off of the data pool potentially, although it's going to be fairly difficult.
This is going to go so well, I have a feeling.
Oh, I'm positive it will. Okay. Yeah, so nothing comes up off the data pool. He is, at the very least, smart enough not to leave it out there on his company's own product where he likes to spend his free time. That said, your agent suggests, do you wish to learn more about nightlife in this area?
Why not? I got nothing else better to do.
Refining your search. So we're going to count this as you taking time with a second library search to get a +1 as your agent does a more general search for like nightlife around the area.
Mm-hmm. Oh, re-roll it?
Yeah, re-roll it with a +1.
Okay. Cool, gotcha.
Ooh. Oh. That's really cool. All right. So your agent reruns a query, this time though for nightlife, local to the area. And you get a club coming up in your note. It says, of note, high-end nightlife in Little Europe. You have a club by the name of Babylon that is noted for its chic, high-end atmosphere. It's craft drinks, and most importantly, it's a menu of fresh food options. And you could tell just as you scroll this thing's garden page that it is an exec bar if you've ever seen one. And this thing is like the high-end kind of exec bar. Like, you don't walk into this thing if your net worth is less than 6 figures at the bare minimum.
All right. So the next thing I'd like to do then is see the distance of that place to the Ziggurat offices.
Yeah, and that's just a simple command. I'm not even gonna make you roll for that, especially on a 29. You immediately trace it. It's like 3 blocks. It's like walking distance.
All right. Next step, checking. I'm gonna check Garden for any people that would be in Little Europe that would probably be an exec of some kind that's looking for personal security.
Oh my god. Cody's got this shit figured out. So go ahead and roll me a streetwise check. Because even if you don't, I would normally just take that second library search roll and apply it, but this is not one of those areas. Well, right now with all the social discord, it's hard to know for sure too. All right. So on a 15 for streetwise. So there is a fixer that you know of that generally deals in Little Europe's politics, although they're not exactly the kind that is usually connected with the upper crust. They might know someone or something, and that someone is a fixer out of Short Circuit by the name of Three Piece, and I believe you've done business with him before.
Cool. If I don't have his contact info, I'd like to either find it or head over to Short Circuit.
Yeah. I believe... trying to think. Because I think you guys went to Short Circuit very early on in this campaign when you went looking for Electo. But I think you might have his contact. That said, though, Short Circuit's not particularly far from Danger Gal's offices. It's like maybe 2 miles. And thankfully, the violence isn't nearly this far north, or in this particular area. Thankfully, the area is mostly corporate headquarters. So if there's one spot in the city that's still safe in the safe areas, this is probably it. So you figure walking would not present much of a risk in this case.
I mean, I'm the risk, so I'll walk.
Cody over here like, I am the danger. I love that. So I know Matchlight's investigating Zaya. Rook, what do you want to do?
So over that week, honestly, I'd probably try and meet up with Xavier and just give him whatever support I can, because I'm sure his neck of the woods is completely fucked right now.
Okay. Sure. So how soon after your meeting at Danger Gal do you want to reach out to him? Like, is it something where you'd want to help him right away, or?
Yeah, basically as soon as we all split to kind of go our own way on the investigation, kind of prioritizing, like, making sure that he doesn't get burned down with the rest of the city during all this while they're looking at the stuff.
It took me a second. Diamond, I thought you were correcting me in chat. She said Danger Guy, and I'm like, wait, did I say Danger Guy? And then I realized, oh no, she meant Cody is Danger Guy. That makes sense. That's hilarious. Xavier says, yeah, come by the HQ. It's been a hell of a morning already. And so what I'm going to have you do for me, Rook, is roll me. Trying to think of what would a good skill be to get people back in line.
Interrogation or a face down check.
Yeah. Let's start with a persuasion check and see where we go, actually. Because the interrogation's more like getting info out of someone. Persuasion's more like, I'm changing your mind. So let's start there. And if we need to, we can roll a face down as a complementary skill. And yeah, that'll be enough. So we're going to simplify a bunch of interactions you have with that persuasion roll, because my thinking on this is simply you and Xavier, you kind of help Xavier throughout the rest of today, figuring out, okay, like what areas do we need to focus on, providing logistical support, doing your part to like keep the area that he is doing business out of near the university district safe-ish, right? Like trying to keep that relatively under control, not, thrown over the brink, dealing with some of these shops or the people who own them and like helping them figure things out. Like, what are you going to do in the meantime? And then over the rest of the week, essentially that night you get together with Xavier and you work out, okay, what are our talking points? How are we convincing the people in this part of the city that they need to chill the fuck out and like restore some measure of social order, at least on the lower end here. So like the looting stops, right? Like be mad, but mad about the right things and like basically direct the anger, because you know that you can't snuff it. Extinguishing it is impossible, but you could redirect it up to the right cause potentially. And over the rest of the evening, essentially, once like night's kind of fallen and a lot of the unsettled masses have gone home, or, at the very least have thinned out to the point that the NCPD has kind of been able to regain control. You sit down, have the strategy meeting, and the rest of the week is just implementing that strategy with the populace, like getting them to like behave essentially. Or at the very least, not like do violent looting and rioting toward people that have nothing to do with the issues that Matchlight presented. And by the end of the week, you all have them chanting something akin like death to Ziggurat.
Yeah.
Most likely.
Less of a riot, more like a passionate protest.
Exactly. You've simmered it down to a point that it's like, the anger's in the right place for the right reasons. With that, Matchlight, what are you doing to investigate Zaya during this week?
I'm gonna do a very basic library search to kind of see whereabouts she hangs out in the city.
Sure. Yeah, see if you can locate that.
And anything else I can find too.
God damn. All right. So, Mark, Peaceful Protest 2045 edition. I like that. That's great. So with that library search, that's a really high one. So the low-hanging, fruit, the place where, you're like, well, I don't know that an exec would be, dumb enough to have their information, like, hanging out on the low-hanging sites. But, you do all your basic data pool searches that, typically are, like, good for finding out quick facts about things or finding directions somewhere. And you kind of scrape those for any data you might find on Zaya. And other than finding some like very, kind of front-facing pages on Rockland Augmentics, or no, excuse me, not Rockland, on Ziggurat's like sites and things like that, kind of telling the about us and like, what's going on with some of the things at the garden. Not a lot leaps out the page at you to give you like a ton of information about Zaya at first. So then, being a good media, you dig deeper. Until, you've got some back doors that you've used in the past through corporations like Night Corp, the Night City Council, things that, your sources have fed to you over time. And so you exploit a few of those and see if you can pull anything more about Zaya. And on that library search roll, one of the things you do pull out is that someone recently ran into her at a bar, or more like a club. Not so much a bar, because that would imply like a dive bar, but a club by the name of Poseidon. It is one of those really kind of gaudy places that, gaudy's the wrong word, ostentatious, that's the right one. It's one of those places where, again, it's kind of like Babylon, where the shit there costs far too much money for your average person. It costs far too much for, you to afford, the food there, the drinks there. This one's gimmick, though, is that it is situated in small, repurposed glass domes that are submerged in the shallows of Night City's harbor, and are, given to a under the water dining experience like no other. And her presence there is not altogether uncommon, it seems. There are notes you find of people who, have posted on more obscure social media sort of sites. Think like this universe's equivalent of like a LinkedIn or something like that. And while the location may not be listed, the photos, your agent is quickly able to line up like, yep, that's Poseidon, that's the club. And you're given a pretty clear direction that's like, this is clearly somewhere that she frequents enough to be reliable if you go there. Or at the very least, the people that work there probably know who she is.
Okay. I'll try to make myself look execy sexy, and look the part, and I'll head over there.
Yeah, because you did buy those clothes. So yeah, you're going to get some use out of them. Awesome.
Yeah.
Cool. So you're going to head that way. And then Celsius, I forget, did you also get exec wear? I think you did, right?
I don't remember. Let me check my inventory. Let's see what's up. Don't recall. You can always just find somebody in a back alley and steal their suit.
Yeah, I mean, with the chaos of the city being what it is. Probably
there's got to be somebody dead somewhere with a nice looking suit.
I love that. Oh my god.
I don't think so. No, I don't think so. I've got a bunch of generic and urban flash stuff.
Yeah, I couldn't remember if you were part of that little, because there was a brief team plan to like pre-infiltrate the Atlantis and like do some scouting, and I know a few people picked up suits and the like around that time. So I couldn't remember if we'd done that with you or not. But yeah, okay, so then you didn't have anything. That's okay. So knowing that then, is it something where you want to go on the search for one of these execs in an alleyway kind of thing?
I wouldn't mind if there's a bar nearby. It doesn't have to be like high class or anything,
Sure.
But I mean, obviously, we're in a pretty, good district, so I wouldn't expect, anything like what I live near,
Sure. Yeah, everything here is going to be just a little higher class than you're used to. Though
I'm
not
just gonna-
everything is designed as like the high-end, ostentatious like Poseidon or Babylon. It's going to be something where like, yeah, there's a place nearby known as Chrome Kiss. It is a host and hostess bar, if you're familiar with those, where everyone is chromed out. And it is kind of a competitor to another one. I believe it's Angelic. I think Angelica's is the one mentioned in the data pack. This is kind of the lower end version of that same concept, though, where everyone here is like covered in chrome coating on their skin. They're cybered out to meet a very particular kind of clientele and their, desires, the things that they would look for. This is one of those places that you could go into and not need to be particularly, well figured out. This is mostly for those lower rung execs and salary men and women that are just trying to make their ends meet and then go home to, a con app at the end of the day.
I actually had a really fucking good idea. Is there a high-end luxury like clothing store around here anywhere?
Oh, I mean, there's a couple.
Cool. I'm gonna go to the closest one.
Okay, cool.
What a better place to flex my 9 reputation.
I really do like the way your mind works. All right. So there is a new brand, new high-end brand that has just begun moving to this part of the city named Jinguji.
Oh boy. Okay, yeah. Let's check it out. Maybe they can use some free advertising.
Okay, beautiful. So you walk in, because remind me, what does Celsius usually wear when he's like out on really out on an op is pretty much like a standard day for him. But I mean, like, what did you wear out of bed this morning?
Oh God, I've been wearing the same clothes forever, just changing out the armor jack, so I probably look like a hot fucking mess.
Yeah. Because what are those clothes? Just so I have an idea of what you're.
Let me see, because I think it's actually just Urban Flash right now.
Okay, so it's like probably some like pretty scuffed, dirty like Urban Flash, like you just kind of rolled in out of a combat zone, basically.
That's putting it lightly, I think.
Yep. I am nothing if not good at understatement. Anyway, so you walk in and you see behind the counter this very well-dressed man, like suit jacket, clean like tie, that's like a gold and white like barred design on it, and across his face and down like the ends of his hands where his hand comes out of like the sleeve of his suit jacket. You could see like almost like there's gold filigree embedded into his skin as EM threading. And he just says, "Welcome to Jinguji, the final." Oh my, sir. How may I help you today? And you could see he's like holding his nose as you kind of walk through into what to your nose is like a very like nice smelling, almost like perfumed kind of air. And clearly he's not used to seeing someone your level of disheveled and unkempt.
Well, as you can see, and I also see you can smell, need some new clothes. Body count's a little too high.
Mm-hmm.
Eddies are a little too low. And, heard you guys were up and coming.
I'm gonna see if he recognizes you. Who he do? Okay, so he like starts to work through that initial like, oh dear God, what is that smell kind of reaction he had, And then, like, you see as he says, yes, I see. You need to... Wait a minute. And you can kind of see him eye you suspiciously for just a second. Then his eyes go wide. He's, oh, you're one of them. I've seen your face in the news. You were the... And you can see him, like, begin to reach for an agent that is situated on the desk in front of him. What do you do?
I would put, unless your name was started with the letter K, I think you're fine, sir. No need to reach for anything.
Go ahead and roll me persuasion.
Do I have to kill this man and take his suit? Because I will.
That is what we are determining, I believe, sir.
All right. About to go to the 5-star wanted level right now. My mouse is like refusing to fucking scroll. Please. Persuasion, you said?
Persuasion, yes. And he like looks at his agent, and then his hand goes back to like resting in front of him on his other wrist, and he just says, "Very, very well. Certainly someone of your reputation, I would be delighted if you wore our suits." And like, you're not sure if it's the shock of realizing exactly the kind of person he's staying in a room with, or still the smell is kind of trying to like choke down whatever disgust he has. It could be some combo of the two. Bottom line is, you get the impression you've definitely shocked this guy into working with you one way or another here. So Fred projects someone of your high caliber. Yeah. So Celsius, you says, well, what sort of clothing are you looking for?
Well, obviously the highest of quality as I walked into your shop, but I would love something custom tailored to match my unique personality.
Fascinating. Normally the going rate for a tailored suit, we would normally charge something around the 5,000 Eddie price point for something that exclusive, shall we say. Though certainly given someone of your capabilities, I would be willing to offer you half off that service.
That's quite the gracious offer. However, how many suits have you sold lately?
Oh, I mean, until today we were doing fairly well, although, well, I'm sure you know, with the riots outside being what they are, it's a little bit slow today.
Well, what if I told you that by me wearing your exclusive brand, that you may be getting a little more business, and not to say I want it for free, but I wouldn't mind throwing about, I'd say 1,500 eddies and a shit ton of free advertisement your way.
And he looks for a moment like he's uninterested in that offer, when you hear the door behind you slam open and a man with like this faceplate that has like 5 different eyes staring at you as you maybe like look towards him just says, "All right, scop shit, All the money in the register right the fuck now, fancy pants. I see that gold on your fucking arms. Give me the fucking eddies. And you shit for brains, get the fuck out of here. And he like swats you away with this very clear, shitty, very heavy pistol that he's waving around like a toy almost.
So this he hasn't seen my face yet.
If he has not recognized you or taken the time to process that.
So I'm not even gonna grab my gun. He swatted past me. I'm gonna reach out with my right hand and put my hand on his shoulder and forcibly turn him around.
Roll me brawling.
Sure. Sure.
All right. Ooh. So he says, "What the fuck you think you're doing? I said move, bitch!" And he's got the gun still like waving around in your face and just shrugs your hand off like it was nothing.
Okay.
What are you doing now?
Pull up a rifle and put it into his back and say, "I think you're the one that needs to move out of this shop, sir."
Face down.
That's just rep, right?
It's so if you click the angry face next to it. Oh my god! $34-0. Okay. God damn! Someone please clip that. Oh, that's incredible. So yeah, you like level this very nice gun at him. And he says, "Oh, wait, ain't I see? Oh, fuck me. Well, all right, fancy pants is yours, asshole. I'll show myself out." And he walks and you can see a small trail of something wet behind him as he walks out the front door of the Jinguji outlet that you're in.
I'll turn back to the cashier, the worker, and say, "So yeah, 1,000 eddies, and I'll clean up the piss off your floor."
Yes, I think that sounds like quite a reasonable arrangement.
Now, let me get to specifics. You see these beautiful eyes I have here?
Yes.
I want a half red, half blue vertical suit.
Little fire on ice, kind of. I think I have just the thing, yes. And immediately he pulls out a larger tablet with a stylus and that's magnetically bound to the side of it. And he pulls it off and just starts scribbling out a sketch and says, "I have just the idea. We will have it ready for you by the end of the week. Feel free to come back by." And right now, just to give you an idea, it's like Monday, like it is in real life. And he's going to tell you to come back around Thursday. Says, and we'll just make sure it's nice and fit to your exact form, tailored nicely, all those sorts of things.
Yeah, just make sure I can fit a armor jack under this damn thing.
Oh, for someone of your stature, certainly, sir. I wouldn't dream of having you walk out like some poor gonk. Certainly not like the man that you just sent covered in his own piss out my door.
So I'll reach into my little carry-all and pull out one of the extra pieces of clothing I have and said, "I'll take care of this for you." And I start mopping up the guy's fucking piss as I leave.
Yeah, and you can see as you kind of look at one point behind you, you have the guy on his agent tapping in something, and you hear him muttering, "Please forgive the write-off, but he saved my life from a maelstrom booster that wanted my life." And he's texting his boss or something, you get the impression of. But yeah, he's very helpful. So yeah, he'll take the $1,000 up front though, as advance to cover the cost of the suit.
Cool.
Yep.
Mission accomplished.
Mission accomplished. Very cool. All right. So, Matchlight, back to you, because you wanted to go after Zaya today. So, so you want to go to Club Poseidon after changing into, like, your exec's finest, essentially?
Yeah.
Beautiful. So, yeah, you find it's in the lobby level of Danger Gal. There is a restroom, and, you know, if you ask them, they'll allow you in to, you know, change. And so you change out into this, you know, fairly nice looking exec wear. We'll see if it's good enough to get you a seat at Poseidon, but, so you then begin wandering. Poseidon is about a mile away. So is it something where you'd want to walk there, or would you like to seek transportation?
I will seek transportation.
Okay, cool. And remind me, you are on what kind of lifestyle?
The one above Kibble.
Okay, generic pre-pack. Cool. So, with generic pre-pack, I believe you are allowed a free, like, regular taxi once a week or so. We can count this as that. So, you get a cab ride to the front of the restaurant, which initially just appears to be a sort of, calling it a dock house undersells it a little bit. It's like a dock house if that dock house was constructed out of some of the finest reclaimed wood that clearly came off the hull of some fancy ass yacht and was like gilded besides at the edges. And above the door, you see in this like incredibly flowy kind of cursive, almost like it was calligraphied font, Poseidon. And by the door is a very large man with a like form-fitted black suit. You can clearly see like his hands poking out are just full chrome, like they're full silver chrome. And he kind of eyes you over with two piercing like sea green eyes. Says, "All right, and who are you? I don't believe I have your reservation on file."
I'm just a passerby. I'm not trying to seek entry. And then I'll walk away from him and start to go towards the back of the establishment and look for kind of like a service entrance or something like that.
Okay. So as you kind of walk around this side, so you're noticing this is kind of built out on what looks to be like an old pier or something, right? And so there's not a whole lot of a side to this place. The very little that there is appears to just have a few very small, kind of, they almost look kind of like small, watercraft. Like, think like a speedboat if it only held one person and was like the size roughly of like a kayak with like a fully enclosed canopy. So it almost looks like a micro submersible or something like that. You know, like one of those little, they're almost like toys for rich people that you can like do a really shallow dive under the surface of the water in. But you don't see any doors along the sides here. You just see like a few of these single-seater kind of watercraft. And they're all moored up close to the side of this restaurant and close enough that this guy will probably see you if you try to go for them.
Is there any verticality to the place?
So it appears to mostly just hang out over the edge of the water. Although as you kind of look at the way the sun is playing under the water, you can see the top of what appears to be those subnautical domes that make up the body of the restaurant itself.
Okay. Not super easy
No.
Okay, so while I'm walking around, are there any windows or anything
Um,
that peer into the inside?
roll me a stealth check,
Okay.
which I know you're famously good at.
Always goes well for me.
Always. We've never seen you roll badly on stealth in this campaign. Not even once.
It's been 2 luck. It won't make a difference. It will not make a difference.
Oh, you're right. It won't. So you walk up and you're kind of like, again, you're kind of like trying to keep your distance more or less. Trying to like kind of skirt the sides of the place, trying to stay out of the general view of whoever that big muscled hustle guy at the front is. But all the same, he notices you. And you know this because eventually you get to a point where you just hear, "Sir! What are you doing? I told you to leave if you don't have a reservation."
I'm looking if the establishment is worth my time to get one. What are you doing getting in my face?
Roll me a face down.
Okay.
And are you wearing your mask right now?
No.
Okay. Then roll this face down at a -2, just because you don't have like the thing that is like most emblematic of your reputation. Oh no. Oh no, what the fuck? Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah, hold on. We'll see. This guy, I mean, this guy could implode too. He did!
Hey! Okay, so roll the implosion.
I am, yeah.
Nice.
Holy shit,
I
yeah,
win by
that's
1.
less. And so he says, "Fine. Fucking uppity exec bullshit." And he just walks back to his post and just kind of
You're in the wrong profession if you hate it that much. I'm just looking through a fucking window. Jesus. And then I'll continue to look through the window.
Yeah, you can tell he kind of is like played it off as like you're just some upstart kid that probably has more money than sense. So yeah, so you keep kind of looking around and you've kind of like backed him off for now. Though you know like he's got his eyes on you. Like you can't probably pull any fast ones here.
Yeah.
So you're looking to see if like any of the windows maybe would provide you access kind of things.
No. I'm just looking through the window, should look inside and see if I see my target.
Got you. Okay. Roll me perception.
Crit fail number 3.
It's got to stop somewhere, right?
At some point, yeah.
So, with that perception, and remind me, do you have any kind of like low light or any of that?
Yeah, the Carpetech helm has some shit. I forget the gear.
But you're not wearing that right now, right?
No, that's true. Yeah, I'm not.
Okay.
So no.
Gotcha. So then that's just flat 15. Okay. So as you look through the window here, it's relatively tinted, so it's like kind of hard to see through on the outside. That said, you do see a few things, though what you appear to be seeing as you kind of look through the outside here, the thing you can make out closest to the window, appears to be where a host would stand, for, you know, leading you back into the restaurant proper. And just next to it, you see what almost looks to be a very tightly wound brass spiral staircase leading downward toward what you're seeing here is like, you know, the pavement block this is built on. And you're imagining in your mind like that probably just leads down into the structure that then would walk you out under the bay into these like domes that make up the bulk of the restaurant.
Oh, that's cool. Okay. Let's see. I want to... Oh, you know what? It's hard to say. Hard to say what I want to do here. I'm going to walk up to the guy, and I'm gonna say, "Look, the guy being the guard, right?
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
on a list. That's true. But what's also true is you could use a better payday than what these fucks are paying you. So let me in, and I'll make sure you get it."
Roll me bribery. Not bad. All right. And you've already won a face down against this guy. So, like, so you're judging based on the fact this guy thinks you're some upstart rich kid. The bribe probably starts at like 500 eddies for this guy.
Jesus Christ.
I mean, he's guarding an exec restaurant, so but that's where you size him up to be. It's like bribing him 500. He might like you.
Let me see something. Let me see something. Yeah. Okay. So, I'm going to tell him I happen to have, for the discerning connoisseur who probably does some job so we won't talk about outside of your bodyguarding, a very nice assault rifle, and it could be yours potentially for the low price of letting a man who looks as good as I do in these threads into such a fine establishment.
And he kind of like looks you over and he says, "Well, what kind of assault rifle are we talking about?"
Nothing too crazy. Just an Arisaka bullpup, but the custom trigger mod. And, well, nothing I'll just let it speak for itself. And I'll, like, put down my briefcase and open it up. And there's an excellent quality assault rifle in there.
He looks it over and handles it. So looking at your character sheet right now, Connor, I just wanted to understand: are you offering him the regular assault rifle or the Arisaka variable one?
Can you imagine how bad or how mad what's his name would be at me if I give him the Arisaka one? Culture nerd.
Yeah.
But no, yeah, the regular one, that's excellent quality. But I will take the smart gun link out of it.
Yeah, because I think this one's not actually excellent quality. Let me double check.
Well, it says that it's worth 500.
Yeah, that's a standard assault rifle. That's what those are worth. Excellent quality ones are 1,000.
Okay, fine. Then I'll keep the smart gun link inside of it.
Okay, cool. So he looks it over and he says, "Well, shit, yeah. Custom smart link. Trigger feels buttery fucking smooth." And he like makes sure that the chamber's empty before like testing the trigger pull on it. And so he like, ejects the mag, runs the action to get rid of any loaded cartridges, and then like test the trigger pull. He says, "Yeah, that shit's nice." Case come with it?
No, unfortunately, I have some things that I need in there. But there's got to be somewhere, and I kind of look around that you could stash this until the end of your shift.
Yeah, I think I got a spot. All right. Yeah, go in.
Thanks a lot, Choom. And I'll pat him on the shoulder twice and just walk in.
Yep, beautiful. So I'll just delete that off of your sheet.
Nice. Goodbye.
And then, the one smart gun link, because I think it doesn't delete it with it. Awesome. Cool. So you walk in. And the host standing by the entrance, you could see has that same sort of sea green colored eyes. And in the lower light of the sort of entryway here, which is much more that like sort of yellow, I forget, not quite sodium bulb because that's really yellow, but the sort of, soft, you'd think of that as like very atmospheric and romantic, kind of low candlelight, sort of yellow lighting that they have in this entryway makes the brass really glow like this warm color. The eyes almost seem like they're kind of lightly glowing in that low light. And he looks at you and says, "Hello, sir. I don't seem to have a reservation for you on file. Were you looking just then for something of a walk-in, meeting a party?"
I'm dining alone. Trying to get a feel for the place, see if it's worth my time.
Certainly. Let me see if I have any cancellations. And you can tell he's not treating you discourteously, but he definitely is wary.
What's a popular food critic that's very uppity that they would want to impress?
Roll me streetwise.
Okay. Streetwise. Ooh, yeah.
Yeah.
Meh.
Unfortunately, it's not a part of the scene you're terribly connected with. So offhand, you can't think of any, and to like pull an agent out and investigate would be very suspicious. So
Can you get a +1 to performance rolls after that song?
after that
That's a
song,
good point, actually. That's a good point. You should consider that.
Yeah.
So I'll just put my hand on his shoulder. Look, there's really no need. I already had to spend a lot of time explaining to the other gentleman, if you trust him and what he, what kind of shit he would get in for letting someone who's undesirable in, then just let me through. I don't have time for this.
Certainly, sir. I mean, I just need to see if we have any openings. I meant no disrespect. And
For
you
one
can tell,
person, can I look past him? Is there any single,
It's-
even
So again, this is like, you see this really tightly wound brass staircase leading down.
Oh, yeah,
You don't
yeah.
actually see any way of noticing what tables are available. And it seems like
For
he's
sure.
consulting a panel in front of him that appears to be some kind of tablet. And he says, yes, it does look like, with the unfortunate events of the day, we do have a few cancellations. Yes, I should have a table for you. Right this way, sir. And he leads you down this very tight bound brass staircase behind the host stand.
I just say, not surprising given the undesirables are garnering power, something we'll have to quench as quickly as possible.
It truly is unfortunate. This used to be such a wonderful neighborhood before today. And yeah, he
But
leads,
fucking idealist media.
yeah, and you're just part of you, I'm sure, just wants to puke. Where you're just God damn. Of course,
think
I'm
it is
wandering
funny.
into the lion's den. So yeah, he leads you down the stairwell, and much like you kind of suspected on the outside, it leads you down into at first what appears to be a very richly wood paneled, almost kind of like a stateroom of sorts, which exits out into a hallway. And that hallway then takes you towards a bar where, as what you're imagining above you must be the pier ending, you see the bar kind of half styled in that same sort of rich paneled wood stateroom with a plush carpet to match. And then out behind it is the very sterile, almost looking like a sort of early 20th century kind of bathysphere of glass meets brass fittings that veils individual tables in these spheres of glass. Each table seems to be almost like a work of art unto itself, being almost like a single blown glass piece that's thick enough to support, the obvious strains and stresses of a typical dining environment. And as he guides you in, he leads you past the bar to the left, towards one of these bathyspheres containing a relatively small number of tables for what appear to be, single sort of diners or diners with like a single date. Tables to seat no more than maybe 2 people. And he seats you down at one near the very edge. And you can kind of see above you is the sky above the city, that even though like the ocean water here is typically very murky, it appears very clear, because there's only maybe a foot or so of water above your head that is there to kind of mask it. And below, it's still clear enough that you can see the tide kind of doing that slow etching of ridges into the sand as it comes and goes. He says, I will bring a menu to you in just a moment, sir, so you may peruse what you would like to eat with us tonight. And he then leaves you there in this bathysphere. And there's a few others kind of in the room with you, all of them wearing extremely rich looking suits and dresses and, all manner of high fashion tech wear, things like that.
Nice. All right, so I'm gonna look out for my lady. Do I see her anywhere?
Go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Okay. Perception.
So you look around.
It's a DV13.
Right. So you look around, and unfortunately, the bathyspheres, the way that they're kind of segmented out, makes it really hard to see unless it's like down that same hallway that you came through, or like in the same room with you. So on that roll, you don't notice her in any of the spots you can easily see, and seeing beyond that is very difficult. So as always, you're welcome to spend luck or spend time if you want to do so to take longer.
I am down to I'm gonna pretend like I'm going to the bathroom, and then start to walk towards it, maybe bump into a staff member and just ask, pardon me, the little men's room.
Are you waiting for the waiter to bring you back a menu before?
Yeah,
you do this?
I'll ask him where the bathroom is after he brings me the menu.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, so he brings you back a very nice menu. That's kind of that leather manifold with like the corners of like real paper that have been pinned in. Everything is headed in that very like penned out kind of what's the word for it? Very decorative, like flowy handwriting, kind of like font, with more plain words kind of below that, each heading, kind of telling you what's there. But then you ask him where the bathrooms are. He says, yes, the entryway stateroom, if you would, sir. And he kind of like gestures to you to like follow him again.
Gotcha. I will follow him, and then while I get like a tour of different angles of the room and potentially pass hallways that look into other rooms, I'll use that as another chance to be able to kind of look to see it.
Certainly, yeah. You can just reroll perception flat if you want, or unless you want to add luck. But... Okay, so that is better. So you do look around, and you notice out of the corner of your eye, down one of the halls off of the back of the bar. You were kind of off on the left, and you could kind of see down the right from where you were sitting. The one behind the back, though, appears to be a much larger room, and you can see from where you're standing that it appears to be there appears to almost be, and it's almost imperceptible, but there's this almost very light wavering in the light behind the bar, separating the bar from this wider room, and you could see it looks like everyone in that room is assembled around a single larger table. All of them look as though they're wearing, high-end business wear, and the looks on their faces look very like business-like. They're the kind that are like a little bit stressed out. Their brows are lower. You know the look. And among those faces, you see one that matches up pretty cleanly with Zaya's.
Okay. So, do I see the bathroom?
Yeah, so he leads you back towards that kind of stateroom area just at the base of the stairs. And it's kind of behind, so you wouldn't have like seen it where you were looking. But there's a separate short hallway leading to 2 bathrooms. That, one for men, one for women.
Nice. All right, I will go ahead and go into the women's bathroom. I'm just kidding. I'll go into the men's bathroom and then run the water for a little bit, and maybe even like splash some water on my face, and like get a little bit on my on the sleeves of my shirt, just so it looks like I actually was using the bathroom, just a little bit. And then I'm going to go out. So you said the room was behind the bar?
Yes, this larger kind of bathysphere is behind the bar.
Is there anyone like guarding the door?
So from where you were before, it's kind of because you're kind of looking out over the top of the bar to see this and notice this. So it's a little harder to tell if there's anyone or anything kind of protecting that area. You did notice, like very faintly, it looked like there was some kind of a field, though.
Field.
Yeah, some kind of like wavering in the air.
Electronic field, yeah. Okay, does it look like I can send a projectile through it? Or would it interfere with the projectile going through it?
You're not 100% certain.
Okay.
It doesn't appear to be solid, so like you think you could send a projectile through it if you really wanted to. But
okay, gotcha. So it's behind the bar, so I'm just gonna go up to the bar and then sit down and then order a martini with an olive.
Absolutely. And
I sit in a stool that's in a good window where, like, through the door I can see how many meters away from me is she.
So she's probably, I'd say about 12 meters from you. Not too far away, but definitely far enough that she's like not easily reachable, right?
That's good, Charlie. That's good. Okay, so while he turns around to get my olives or whatever he's doing,
Yep.
I'd like to take my homing tracer cyber finger and shoot it at her.
Oh shit. Okay. And that's fired with the handgun skill, I presume?
So, cyber finger that can point in the direction of its link tracer that's within 1 mile away, typically sold with an easily removable fingernail link tracer. Sometimes a couple will trade fingernails so that they can find their way easily in a crowded party. Replacement fingernail tracers are 50. So I don't know, actually, based on what it says, if you could shoot it.
Yeah, it kind of sounds like you have to remove the nail and drop it.
Yeah. Let me see. Let me shoot. It'd be cool if I was like a tech. I could just field tech this right now and make some sort of thing where I could like use a projectile, you know?
Damn.
Well, I have a grapple gun.
You do?
But that would be kind of obvious, you know what I mean?
It would be, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so then while I'm drinking then, is there like I can get a pretty good view into the room at this point. Are there other doors inside of it?
Inside this other room adjacent?
Yeah, like doors where, like, you know, people who are servers are coming through.
No, they appear to just utilize this main entryway.
Gotcha.
Roll me, now that you're sitting kind of for a little bit, roll me one more perception check.
Perception.
Okay. No, that's very good. So something you're noticing is you're seeing their lips moving, but it's just occurred to you, you can't really hear what they're saying. And you begin to understand maybe what this field is. It is a like anti-vox field, which is some very high-end tech that can be used to mute out sounds from an area. So it appears
How many
to be,
people are around me? Is there anyone at this bar, or is it just me and the bartender?
So there's one or two other people that are kind of meandering in and out of the bar. At any given moment, there's you and one other person that seems to be sitting at the bar at the moment, plus the bartender. And then obviously like the servers and such are like kind of all walking in and out past this bar. So they all appear to be kind of like moving back to what you could only imagine would be like a kitchen entrance further back in like the stateroom area.
Let's see. How do I want to do this?
You could try lip reading if you wanted to see, because Nyla just.
I could. Yeah, but I don't know. I need something better than that, dude. I'll try it just to see if I can't like make anything out.
So you do see the lips moving on Sarah, and she, so Zaya's, lips are the ones you can most easily make out, especially since you kind of keep between sips of your drink, kind of glancing, trying to like kind of piece together like how the hell am I going to get into the room. And while your lip reading skills are a little rusty and they're not perfect, something you do piece out of what her lips are moving to say, you do see her mouth move in a shape that you could easily make out is Gestalt. They appear to be talking about this project.
Gotcha. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is, knowing that there's only one exit, I'm just going to stay drinking at this bar. And I'm gonna be in like, the closest seat to the door where they'd have to walk past the bar. So that way, while she's walking past me, I can just put my little fingernail in. Maybe I'll act like I'm super wasted and I'll get up and actually bump into her, and then, like conveniently have enough of like a tussle that she might not notice a loose fingernail.
Pickpocket?
Yeah.
Okay. Very interesting. So, and Diamond, this is not even close to public. This is like an exclusive exec bar where they've set up an anti-voice field. Like, this should be fairly secure. But alas, they didn't account for an edge runner getting this kind of ambitious. So I'm trying to think of this. So you're sitting here for a bit, and you finish your martini, and the bartender says, "Would you like another, sir?"
Yeah, but make it a mocktail this time. I like the flavor, but I don't want to, make a fool of myself in front of such fine company.
Perfectly understood, sir. Yes. And he says, "Will you be keeping your tab open then?"
You know it.
Very good. And yep, pours you another martini this time, without the alcohol. And yeah, you're just really getting notes of mostly like olive brine. It's not exactly pleasant.
Yeah.
So, but after a little bit, you feel a tap on your shoulder. Sir, I noticed you weren't at your table anymore. Is there an issue with the menu?
Not even close. There's more like an issue with me being so attracted to such fine liquor that you have on display here. So feel free to give my table out. I'm just enjoying drinks at this point.
Very well, sir.
I assume I can order an appetizer from the bar?
Oh, certainly, yes.
I may put one in later, but thanks for checking in.
Absolutely. Roll me roll me acting, because I know you're kind of playing this just a little bit.
Yeah. Can you do me a favor? Can you roll it for me? I'm AFK right now.
Yeah, totally.
I just went to fill up my water.
No, you're totally fine. Yeah, let me. And to the rest of the party, as always, I know we kind of have this, like, we're doing one at a time thing, so I so appreciate all of your patience. Let's see, where is acting? Why am I always bad at? There it is.
Oh no, it's all good. I figured people would have a bunch of stuff with kind of the open investigation. That's why I just kind of wrote off the week helping out Xavier, because that was definitely needing help anyways.
Yeah.
I'm not even mad. There's a lot of good shit going on right now, so.
Yeah. So yeah. So you rolled a 12 on the acting check.
No.
So yeah, not the best. So yeah, you notice the kind of the waiter's eyes kind of like glance you just a little longer than maybe they normally would. With maybe just a little bit of suspicion, but not enough that you feel endangered by it.
Gotcha. I'd like to just kind of like quench this fire though before it starts. So, do I notice anything about him that could be like a talking point that would maybe convince him of my status in the you know, like kind of upper echelon of rich individuals, you know?
Do you need me to roll?
I'll try to human perceive him, yeah.
That's what I was gonna say. Do you need me to roll
Cool.
for you?
Please, yeah.
You rolled a 15. Okay.
That's pretty decent.
It's pretty decent. It's still a little difficult to make out his true, like, feelings on you. Though you definitely get the air of suspicion. Like, he's trying to figure out if you truly do belong here.
So seeing that, I'll just kind of say, like, I understand and I didn't mean to offend. I'm sure the food menu is great. It just, truly, I'm more thirsty than I am hungry. So I'll just be here the rest of the night, other than maybe a couple of, you know, bathroom breaks, and I won't cause any more trouble or disturbance. You don't have to worry about me.
Go ahead, and I'm going to have you roll me a persuasion check.
Yeah.
And I can roll that for you.
Awesome, thank you.
Yep. So you rolled a 22 on that.
That's good.
And I'm just rolling it against the waiter's human perception, which only comes out to a 14. So you pass that, and he says, absolutely, sir. I completely understand. You enjoy your evening. And walks past you back up the brass staircase.
Nice.
So you got all the time in the world now. And so it does take a little while, but eventually there begins a procession of execs, and the Vox field comes down. And you hear you'll hear a report from us on Monday. For now, try to stay safe. Get off the streets as quick as you can. Safe drive home. And like everyone's kind of like shaking hands, you know, doing the typical high-end exec ass kissing. And before
just
too long,
to ham it up a little bit so that it's not just sudden, I'm just gonna start kind of saying to the bartender, like, what did you say the liquor was? Like, kind of loudly and sloppily, maybe slurring a little bit and all that kind of stuff. Like, that goes in your martini. It's exquisite, divine, dare I say. And like,
see, we use genuine vodka and real vermouth.
I'll tell you what, the bottom feeders could only ever dream of such a thing. It's a good day to be in the top of the echelon of Night City, is it not? And I like look around kind of awkwardly towards the two other people at the bar and like raise my martini glass to them. Like trying to be charismatically aloof. Like I'm trying to make myself look bad.
Right. Roll me an acting check.
Okay, cool. I'm going to actually roll that myself.
Yeah. I thought you might be bad.
I got it this time. I can find it. There it is. Let's use 2 luck, and then they'll leave me with 1 remaining. Actually, no, 1 luck, because I'm gonna need a little bit for the thing if I could pull it off. Nice. That's pretty decent.
That's pretty good. Yeah, and I mean, it doesn't take much to act like a drunken fool, obviously. So, like,
yeah.
you pull off a little bit, and you kind of see the 1 or 2 other patrons at the bar at this point kind of give you a look of like, what the hell are you saying? Like they appear to, it's like that look someone gives you when they tell you, or shortly before they tell you, you're saying the quiet part out loud. You know,
Yeah,
like it's
exactly.
like you're being very obvious. What the hell are you doing? And even the
Yeah.
bartender just kind of gives a very slight, yes, absolutely. Like they aren't totally comfortable with what you're saying too. And
Lighten
then,
up, old chap. You're the one who pours the drinks. Don't look so bad about it. Don't feel guilty now. And I'll like tap him on the shoulder a few times.
and yeah, and you can tell like he's not comfortable about this at all. Like it doesn't take anything to like clearly discern that.
Nice.
Still, he doesn't raise further issue with it. Because of course, the waitstaff in places like this famously abused. So you're just one more of those people at this point. And so you see this like procession of high-end business where, one by one walking out of the room, and somewhere near the middle of it is Zio. And so,
Okay. So I'm gonna say loudly, you know what? None of you are any fun. I'll be enjoying my libations elsewhere. And then I'm gonna like slam my keys onto the counter and start to get up. And then like with the martini still in my hand, I'm gonna crash into her and spill it all over her.
oh boy, and you're just trying to drop the tracker into like a pocket or bag of hers?
Yeah, and then drop the fingernail into a pocket of hers.
Roll me a pickpocketing check.
Pickpocket. Oh, wait, I'm good at this. I think this is the first time I've ever actually rolled this, too. So this is where we need to spend the rest of the luck for the session.
Oh yeah, he's like, he knows.
Here we go, baby. Oh, so crit,
that's
but we're
really
still gonna take
good.
it. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so you bump into her and just spill what's left of this mocktail like martini, which again, it's like the littlest bit of like orange zest to emulate the vermouth, and then like just olive brine all over this high-end business suit coat she's wearing. And she just immediately just says, "Who the fuck? Who are you? Fuck off!" And like immediately makes this a huge fucking problem.
Yeah, I'll just say, I bet you're expecting an apology, and I'll just flip her the fucking bird. Well, fuck you. And then I'll turn to the bartender and everyone, fuck all of you, fuck this place. And then I'll turn around and start to leave.
Oh yeah, and her perception's only a 16, so
Nice.
she does not have a clue you just dropped a tracker on her.
Fuck yeah.
All right, very cool. And the bartender just is like looking around like, oh no. And sensing the commotion, you actually see first the host from the front of the house come down, and then shortly behind him is the big hustle from the front, and he says, "All right, you've had enough fun. Get out
Oh,
of
look
here,
at the
kid."
big man. You coming to get me? You're so good at doing your job, you fucking dog. I spit on people like you for a
and
living.
you hear him growl like in your ear, just loud enough for you alone to hear him. "Don't
Yeah.
make me fucking knock you out." And like he means that shit. And it's both a warning and more of a like, don't make me do this to you after I've already let you in. Like,
Exactly.
I've done you a solid. Respect me enough is the subtext. Yeah. So.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I think I've played the part sufficiently anyway, so yeah, I'll just let him escort me out and just ham up the part still.
Yep. So yeah, and he just like guides you up the stairs and then throws you unceremoniously towards the short bit of sand before this kind of mock pier rises out from it.
Perfect.
Yep.
And then, I'm all like, talking shit to him and like flipping him off and acting like a drunk bastard after I got kicked out.
Yep.
And then I'm going to, like sulk into an alleyway. I need a vehicle, but I don't have one because I know she's going to get in a vehicle and drive away. And this thing only has a mile radius. So I'm going to phone in a favor from, his name was Nitro, right?
Turbo was the...
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll call Turbo again.
Says, "Yeah, you need return service?"
Do you have any friends who are like less conspicuous than you are?
I mean, if you need less conspicuous, I can get something less conspicuous. It'll just take me a few minutes.
Yeah, grab something that's conspicuous and meet me at these cords. I'll pay you.
I
And I'll drop
gotcha.
them
I
to him.
gotcha. Yeah. So, sure enough, after a little bit, you kind of like, because I imagine you just kind of skulked off into an alleyway nearby where you could still kind of see sort of the front of the restaurant. So after a moment, you see the, execs kind of all get up out of the front of the house, and they all kind of, you see like a procession of like big black executive vans and cars just kind of like one by one pick up groups of them and just ferry them off to God knows where. You do see Zaya get into one, and it's right about then that you hear the low rumble of an engine behind you, and that like ever so subtle just the zzz of like a window getting rolled down, and you see Turbo with his mirror shades on behind, and he just says, "All right, boss, you wanted subtle, I got subtle." And you can see, rather than the like janky Nomad Paladin he had before, he is now driving an Americar Econo Compact.
Ooh,
Literally
nice.
the most nondescript fucking nothing burger car that a guy could drive in Night City.
Finally. It reminds me of my goddamn childhood. It's beautiful. And then I'll get into the front seat, and then I'll put the agent on the dash. I'm assuming he has one of those things that can hold one, you know what I mean?
Yeah, he's got like a little niche there that you can put it into for sure, yeah.
And then I'll just say, follow this blip on the radar here. It's a tracker. And then I need my solo, dude. Can I reach out to Celsius?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So I'm gonna call Celsius, and do you pick up?
Yeah, I mean, of course I'll pick up.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll say, like, are you in the middle of something right now? I need some muscle.
Yeah, so you just walked out of Jinguji and are like feeling good about things when this call comes in.
Yeah, I'll be like, yeah, no, I just had some time free up. What's up?
We are gonna get this corpo alone and figure out what we can from her. So I need someone who's kind of intimidating, big.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate the compliment. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
All right.
Yeah, so
bring your creepy cyber eyes too.
Don't go anywhere without them.
More machine than man. Yeah. Those ones.
So you pull out from this alleyway, kind of loosely following that tracker, and luckily, it does kind of cruise just past this like area where the Jinguji is, along with several other stores. Cody, you see them pulling up in this relatively small compact that has like just enough room for you to kind of squeeze in the back of it. But it's not much larger than your average like Ebby. It's like 4-seater barely kind of car.
So, I mean, I'll get in and I'll sort of slide, grab the top of the car when the doors open and slide my feet in first. Yeah. Sort of just lay across the back seat because I know it's too small to try to sit in. Right.
Yeah. So you get in and Turbo continues on the chase. So we are currently just about 4 hours.
Yeah.
So if we want to, we can just pick this up kind of where we're leaving it right now when we start again next week. If that's good with everybody.
Yep, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Good with me.
Perfect. Yeah. So the note I'm going to leave this on is the two of you begin following that blip. And suddenly you see it turn onto the highway and know it's going to be a long fucking day as this thing starts taking exits that would leave you to believe this thing's headed towards the executive zone, and you don't have very long to stop it. So with that, we will leave us there, and we're going to do part 2 of this next week. So again, thanks everyone for coming. It's good to be back. It's good to be running Cyberpunk again with you all. Thank you all as well for your patience as we've kind of like, I know some people have gotten more focused than others this week, so I so appreciate all of you as usual being willing to work with me on that particular front.
Oh yeah, dude.
Yeah. But those of you who are watching this later on YouTube, To all of you, I hope you all have a wonderful morning, evening, or afternoon, wherever you are in the world. Stay healthy, stay safe. Till next week, peace. But if you are here on Twitch, and those of you on YouTube, you should be here on Twitch on Monday nights at 7:30 p.m. Pacific time. We are going to have our little after party as per usual. So give us just a few moments, excuse me. We will be right back. Those of you on YouTube, we'll see you guys next week. Peace, guys.